Welcome to my YouTube channel. So this is a new beginning. We are working on a new project. So this is going to be an exciting project because we will be learning all of the modern technologies for 2023. We will be covering Node.js in TypeScript. We will be using Express as our framework. We will be using TypeORM as a part of our ORM, and we also will be using MySQL. So this project is going to teach you how to create a fully functioning REST API with all of the technologies that I explained above, and also we will be learning how to dockerize the application at the end of this series, and also we will be covering the topics like how we can publish the documentation using Postman so that it can be shared across the team. So we are trying to cover so many things in the series, and as a prerequisite, please make sure that you have Node.js installed on your machine along with MySQL 8, and also we'll have to have Docker installed on our machine, because at the end of the series we'll be learning how to dockerize the application. So without any delay, let's get started. I have created a folder called bookie-node. So within this folder we'll continue our project. So let's get started. So initially we need to have yarn installed in our machine. So for that you can install it from the website. So now let's initialize package.json using yarn. So we can do this by yarn init-y. So doing this, it will generate a new package.json for us, and then you can see there are the few basic contents of this file. So it seems that we need to install few of the dependencies. So for that, let's simply do it. So let's install them. So we'll add the packages like yarn add express. Since we are working on the TypeScript, we also need to add the types for the express. Since we'll be using with .env file, we need a package called .env. We will be using TypeORM. We need reflect as metadata. For it we require MySQL 2, and then we'll require cors, body parser, and then also express async errors, which I'll be explaining in a while. So let's install all of these dependencies. It takes us some time for these dependencies to be installed. Yeah, so we pretty much got all of the dependencies. So those were our main dependencies. If I go to this file, you can see these are the main dependencies. So we also require few of the dev dependencies, so let's install them as well. So I will quickly clear this up. So we will require some dev dependencies as TypeScript. We also require ts-node, and then ts config paths, and we will require the types for the node. We also require node daemon so that we can have the changes reflected automatically without having to run the dev command. Also we need the types for the cors, and finally the types for the body parser. So we might install few of the other dependencies as per need. So yeah, we installed all of these dependencies. So the first thing that we need to do is, since we are working on with TypeScript, we need to generate a tsconfig JSON file. So for that, what can we do is we can make the use of npx command tsc, and we can basically init a new tsconfig. So as you can see over here, we have a new file called tsconfig.json. So over here we need to make sure that few of the things are turned on, because we are working with TypeORM and it heavily makes the uses of the decorator. So there is this option, we need to comment this out, and then we also need to emit decorator metadata. It also needs to be turned on, but it needs to be false. And also let's do few of the things like no implicit any. So for this, let's keep this to false, and then let's do the final thing, that is strict property initialization. Let's keep this to false. So we are almost ready with these things. So yeah, we have our package.json, we have the ts config. Now what we need to do is we need to create some folders inside this. So let's do that as well. So I'll be making use of the terminal command to do so. So we'll require a directory called src where most of the things will reside. So let's do that, and then from here, now let's have a new file called main index.tx, which will hold the information for all of the application, or this is the main entry point of the application. So the index.ts, it will also require another file called app.ts, because we do not want to make our index.tx a huge file, and that does something that does so many things. So let's break this into two files where the application related logics will be inside the app.ts, and index.ts will import it. So let's go to app.ts. So we will import few of the things over here. So we require express, and it will come from express, and then we also require body parser. From body parser, let's import also the course from course. Let's do only these things at the moment. So now we need to initialize a new app which will be of the type express, and then it will call the function called express. So it is giving me an error because we have not imported it, so we can simply import it. So I will just import express from express. Along with that, we also need to import the express. So yeah, so auto save automatically remove the things that are not used. So let's do something. Let's make the use of course. So we will explain about this in a while, and then we also need to make the use of the another middleware, which is the body parser middleware. And since we are working with the REST API, we need to make everything to be JSON. So pretty much we got everything at this point. So now, just to make sure that we are good with everything, we will just create a new endpoint called hello, and then what will this do is it will take the three parameters, res and next, meaning request, response and next. So we are not providing any tabs for this at the moment because we are just trying to see that it works perfectly fine. So return res.status will send 200 status back, and the JSON will be message will be hello and world. So yeah, this is formatted. So this is the main app.ts file. So later on, when we work on the different routes, we will be importing the different routes from here, and then we'll be exporting this app.ts so that index.ts can call it. So finally, let's import this app, and now let's go to index.ts. So over here, so the first thing that we need to do is we import everything as .env from .env. This is because we want to make use of the env file, and then we'll import the app from ./app, and then we need to set up the .env. So this will be we need to call this thing. So now finally we need to make sure that we are listening on some port. So for that, we'll listen on the we'll be listening on some particular port. Let's define this as const port, so which will be coming from the env file itself, and then if it does not exist, we will set the port to 3000. So we'll listen to app port and we'll listen to this port, and then we'll notify that console.log the server is running on port, and the port will be port. So the next thing that we need to do is simply create a .env file. So let's touch it, and then over here what can we do is app underscore port, let's keep it to 3001 just to prove that it works fine. So finally, yeah, we are almost ready with everything at the moment. So that now let's make some changes in our package.json as well, because we need to provide some script over here so that we can run it. So over here, just above the dependencies, I will create a section for the scripts, and then it will have something like build, which will be calling the command tsc, and then we want to have a command called dev, so which will be calling the package called nodemon. So what does this do is, as soon as we make some changes, it will automatically rerun this particular command. So it will automatically build the things for us. So nodemon watch src will be checking the directory called src, and then we need to execute the following command: ts-node ts-node, and then we will be hitting the file src index.ts. So what does this do is, so within this file src we'll be checking if there is any sort of changes or not. So let's run the command using, we can do this like yarn dev. So if you are using npm, you can do npm run dev. So it seems the application is crashed. So it seems that the application crashed. Okay, so the mistake that I did was I kept these two contents outside of the src, which needs to be moved inside it. So let's move this everything, and then once more we need to try to run the command. So you can see the application is running on the port 3001. So if you see the app.ts, we have an endpoint called hello. So now let's go to postman, and then let's add a new route, that is localhost 3001, and then we'll add a new route called hello. So yeah, this was the mistake. So let's change this to http, and let's see. Yeah, we got the response. I will zoom this up so that you can see it nicely. Yeah, we pretty much created a very new or very simple express application. So now we need to make sure that we install few of the other dependencies. We already have installed most of the dependencies. We'll now need to make sure that we will connect to the database and then have everything up and running. In this section, we'll now configure our TypeORM. We'll connect to a database and also create some of the commands within our package.json so that we can easily run the commands to create new migration, run the migration, revert the migration. So first, make sure that you have MySQL 8 installed on your machine, and also make sure that you have a database called bookie_ts. So for now, my database's name will be bookie_ts_u2. So without any delay, let's get started. So first thing that we need to do is, within the src directory, we'll create a new directory called database, and then we need to create a new file that includes few of the information for the source. So the TypeORM has few of the breaking changes from the previous versions. So when I was going through the official documentations and all of the processes, the previous ways or the previous steps has been deprecated. So it is something different at the moment. So for this, we'll create a new file called data source .ts. So for the naming convention, we are keeping it as simple as it is at the moment. So I agree that it's not the best practice, so we need to have some sort of consistent naming pattern throughout our application, but for now let's keep everything simple. So first thing that we need to do is that we will import .env. So we'll basically import it, and what we need to do is run this .env.config so that we can load the contents from the .env file. So we need to create a new constant over here, export const. We will name this as app data source, and this will be a new data source. So we can simply import it from the TypeORM. So since we are not building any sort of framework and this application is intended to work with MySQL, so the type will basically be MySQL, and then we need to provide the host as well. So the host can be process.env.db_host, or if not provided, let's make sure that it's 127.0.0.1, which is the local host. So at the end of this section or this video, we will be also making use of Docker. So in that case, we can have this done easily. So for that, we are not providing the we are not strictly typing the things over here. Instead, we want to make the things dynamic. So for the port, let's make this to process.env.db_port, and if it is not provided, it will be 3306, which is the default port for the MySQL. So we need few other things like username, which will also be coming from process.env.db_username. If not provided, let's assume that it will be user, and also for the password it will be similar as process.env.db_password, and if nothing is provided, let's assume that it's root. So it's security vulnerable. It is a security vulnerability to have root as the password, but yeah, you can keep the things as per your need. So for the database, let's get it from the env as well, db_database, and then I will set this to Boki as default value if not provided, and we need few of the other things as well. So we want to do the logging, so let's set this to true at the moment, and then synchronize. So there is an option so within TypeORM that you have a model file or entity file. If you have this synchronize on, what this will do is it will automatically update the database schema for us. So actually I do not feel that it is a very good practice to do that. So in production it's a risky way. So we want to manually run the migrations like we do on the Laravel, like PHP artisan migrate, PHP migration rollback. So we'll be creating a similar command over here as well. So synchronize, I will set this to false. I strictly am against this, and we also need few of the other things like entities. So we need to import our model files over here, and finally subscribers. So let's keep this as empty file as well. So now what we did is we created a app data source and we are exporting it. So from the index.ts we need to import it, but before doing that, let's quickly go on to the env file. Let's copy the things that we require from here. Let's go to the .env file, and let's simply make sure that we have all of these things set up. So for that, what I can do is doing the command D, it will select the next content with the same value. Then I can press shift function and press the left arrow so that I can go over here, and the next thing is I need to press escape and instead of this or, I will once again do the command D, and instead of this I will keep this to equals. So now I will save this. Yeah, I'll quickly fix this thing, and then okay, without any delay, let's get started. Let's fix this thing up. Okay, let's keep this as this, and then let's proceed. So my username is root, my password is also root, and my database is bookie_ts_youtube. Just to make sure, I will double check it, bookie_ts_youtube. Yeah, so I need to remove this comma. Okay, since this is an .env file. So yeah, we are pretty much done with this. So now let's go to the index.ts file, and over there we will be connecting to the TypeORM. So what can we do is we need to import the app data source. As you can see, we have imported it, and then we need to call the method called initialize, which is provided by the TypeORM itself. And then we need to, since this returns and promise, what we need to do is simply make sure that we are able to successfully connect to the database. In that case, we can simply log a message saying that database connection success, and then if there is some error, let's say if there is any sort of error, in that case what will we do is do something like console.error, and then we'll simply pass the error. So after this is done, we can listen on the particular port. So now so as you can see, it automatically reflected all of these changes on my part. So what will I do is, because I had created a .env file, I want to make sure that I will provide some invalid value over here. So instead of root, I will provide root1, and I will try to run this command again using enddev. So as you can see, we got an error because of this particular line over here. We can see the particular error, and if everything is fine, let's say everything was fine, what could we do is we could have a successful database connection. So let's keep these things aside, and now let's move on to the another section of this database section, which is to create some commands so that we can automatically generate a migration. Like we can create a migration in Laravel using PHP artisan migration make and provide the name of the migration. So for that, let's go to the package.json. Over there, what we need to do is we need to add some of the commands. So for this, I will create a command called TypeORM, and then so please make sure that, please note that this is also something that has been changed with the latest version of the TypeORM. So it needs to be something like this, and then we need to specify the directory will be src. We need to provide the directory, we need to provide the data source. So it comes from src database, and we have stored this as data source.ts. and then so now what can we do is let's create a command like what we have in Laravel. So migration so this can be, so first we need to call this command TypeORM itself, yarn TypeORM, and then it will call migration. So basically, just by doing this, after this, what could we do is yarn TypeORM, and we could have done migration. So but the fact is that I do not want to repeat this code again and again, so that's why we are doing this. So migration, and then we also need few of the we want to create a new migration. So for that, let's do something like migration and then create. So for this, I will create a new script. So I'll just I'll just be covering this in a second. So and then we'll run a migration run command, which will be yarn TypeORM, and this will be migration run, and finally we want to revert the migration, so which will be migration revert, which will be yarn TypeORM migration revert. So there is a strange thing over here. So you can understand that all of these things are coming from TypeORM, but here you can see we have some sort of script that we are running. So there is some problem with TypeORM that we cannot automatically create the migration. We can create it, but the fact is that we need to provide the full path of the data source, and it is very tedious. So instead, let's make sure that we can have this done very easily. So we are so for this purpose we are creating another script which can help us to create the migration, so which will basically extend the functionality from TypeORM itself. So for this within this project let's create a new directory called scripts, and then from there we can basically run the migration. So we'll keep this everything outside of the src. So we'll create a folder. So I'll do this using command itself. So I am over here, so mkdir as scripts, and I will touch a new file over here. So this is named as migration-create.js. So for this we require one package that is yargs. So it is yarn args. So what can we do is yarn add -d. So let's do this as yargs. So yeah, it will install this package for us. So over here, so this will be like user bin, okay, user /bin /env, and it will be node. So first we need to get the yargs. We can do this by requiring it. So yargs, and also we need to get this exec sync. This will be getting from the child underscore process, and then we need to pass few of the command line arguments. So I want to save the time. I will basically copy the contents and I will just paste it over here. So if you see, yeah, this is the basic command. So the path where we want to create the migrations will be src database migration, and over there we can pass some name, and this will basically call TypeORM migration create migration path, and this is all. So the reason for me to do this is that there is some sort of problem when trying to do with this TypeORM, and we do not want to type everything. So I want to save the time, so we are doing this. So let's go over here. There is a directory called database. So from the database we want to have few of the migrations over there. So we'll create a new folder called migrations. So now let's quickly see if we can create a new migration or not. So how can we do that? We need to run the command migration create, and we can simply we can provide the argument. So let's try. So what will you do is yarn, and then we say migration create, and what will you say is test. So let's hope that it does something. So as you see, there is a new migration that is created using this command. So let's go to this directory inside the migrations. Yeah, so there is a basic migration. So within this migration you can see we can pretty much have two commands like up and down, where we write the migration logic so that we can create a database or do something, create a table or do something, and in the down we can simply revert the changes. So yeah, this was the very basic change. We are successful. We are able to get this content as well. So let's basically delete it and let's move it to trash. And now let's go to the data source to make sure that everything is okay at the moment. So yeah, we pretty much created a command which helps us to create a new migration. So now we are creating an application called Bookie. So the first thing in this Bookie would be there is a books, and books belongs to some authors. So within the books table, so there will be one column called author ID. So author ID is a foreign key which belongs to the authors table. So for that we need authors table. So let's use the magic that we just created, a command to create new migration. So let's quickly create a migration using this command, and let's add some migration logic inside there so that we can quickly create a authors table. So I will use the command. So I will name this as create. I want to zoom this thing, and it basically zooms everything, but I'll zoom 2 times back. So create yarn migration create authors table. So we are trying to follow the convention that we do with Laravel. So now as you can see, we created a new authors table. So we have the 2 methods over here. So let's quickly create a new table. So as you can see, this is, since we are making use of TypeScript, you can see the return type would be a promise, but it does not return anything. So await and then query runner dot create table. So even for creating a table, so there are 2 different ways that we can run the migrations. So one would be the traditional syntax of the MySQL. We could use the traditional MySQL syntax, and the next would be to make use of TypeORM's API. So coming from Laravel's background, I really love the API part. So we'll try to see how we can do that over here. So we need to create a new table. So for this, what can we do is we provide a new table, and then over here we will name this as authors, and then we need to specify a few of the columns over there. So the first column would be ID. As we know, most of the cases we have ID as our first column, and then the type will be int. We'll keep the things very simple, and we'll specify that this is a primary, and then we also need to make sure that it is auto generated, and we also need to provide the generation strategy, which will be increment. So there would be some cases where we could prefer UID instead of integer. So that's a different topic. We'll cover that in upcoming videos, but for now let's keep the things very simple. So the first thing with the authors would be we'll have the ID, name, and the email address. So the next field will be, it will be name, and then and the type will be varchar, and the length would be 255, and then we'll make sure that it is not nullable. So we'll keep this to false, and then finally the last column that we want would basically be the email. So let's keep this to email, and then we want to make sure that the email is unique. So what can we do is unique. We can simply keep this to true. So, and then at the end we need to also provide another configuration over here. So within the create table, the first argument would be the table, and if we see, and if not exist, so we create the table only if it does not exist. So for that thing, what can we do is, after this we can pass the second argument. So we'll create the table only if it does not exist. And what do we want to do on the down is we will simply run the await query runner dot, we'll want to drop the table which is named as authors. So I want to make a few changes on this table. So I also want to have 2 columns called created at and updated at, which holds the information about the timestamp when the entity was created. So let's add a first column called created at. It will be of time date time, and the default value will be now. And also we need another field which will basically be updated at. So also we want to make this field to be nullable as well. So even though we have the default value, we can set them to be nullable as well. Okay, let's keep it nullable. We can remove it if we think we do not need it to be nullable in the upcoming part. So yeah, let's keep it to be nullable. Also, the last thing, I think let's add an image as well for the author. So there is an ID, name, email, and let's also add another field called, to save the time, what will I do is I will simply copy the contents from this part. So I will copy this and I will paste it over here. So the name, and there will be some small bio about it. So because on the upcoming part, after we complete the API, we will also be creating front-end applications. We might use Vue or React or maybe Angular, but let's make sure that we have sufficient things that can be used. So let's keep this to I think let's keep it to text, and then the length would be 255. So we do not want to hard encode the length, so it is nullable. That's all. And the last thing, I think we can have an image as well. So the author also can have an image. So let's keep this as image. It will be of Bharkar, and then it will be nullable as well, and the length would be like 255. And then let's simply save this. So behind the scenes, I figured out that there is a small mistake over here. It's not a mistake, but we missed something. So we do want to have the command to show whether or not the migration was run. In that case, we missed a configuration over here. So we can provide the migrations, and the migrations that this configuration needs to check is a source database and then migrations, and from there it can be anything with the extension of the TS or the TypeScript. So now so we have everything up and running. So now what can we do is we can see whether or not the migrations were run. So let's open the terminal. So yeah, behind the scenes I had made some changes. I had run this, so let's try this. Yarn and then migration. So yeah, so there was one table which was already migrated, but this does not make any sense because we did not have added a few of the columns. Like it only has created at, but we are missing bio, and we are also missing the updated at and image as well. So in that case, what can I do is to demonstrate that the revert also works. So yarn migration revert, what this will do is it will basically revert back the changes. So if I once again go to my SQL client and then run to see, you see that there are no tables. So yeah, then there is no table, but there is one table called migrations. So let's get everything from the migrations. Select everything from migrations, and then if I run this, it seems that there is ID, timestamp, and the name. So it is the same pattern that the Laravel follows. So it is generally the same pattern. They look for the file and they check in the database whether or not that the file with the specific name has been migrated. So now we are pretty much done with the migration. So let's run the migration. So how can we do that? We can do this by yarn migration and run. Let's simply run this, and then let's come back over here, and then let's try to reload it. So this is the first time that I am using this tool, so I pretty much do not have clear idea about this. So now I want to view the information about this table. So I think I need to I don't think it can be done like that. So open table in new tab. Okay, it does not do as I wanted. So I will close this. Yeah. So yeah, you pretty much got the idea how this is all about. So I can show this using MySQL minus u root minus p and then root, and I need to use bookie underscore ts underscore YouTube, and then I can simply describe the authors table. So there you can see we have ID, name, email, bio, image, created and an updated at. So all of the fields are like most of the fields are nullable. So that's all. So it cannot be null, but yeah, other fields they are non-nullable as well, but created and updated at can be null. So in that case, I think what should we make sure is that even the bio and the image, it needs to be nullable. So I will change this to true, and then is nullable. Bio it can also be true, because we do not want to have the full data every time. But the name it needs email cannot be null. So yeah, everything is fine. So once again, let's go and let's exit from this, and then yarn migration, and then revert back the migration, and then let's once more run the yarn migration and run. So doing this, it will create the table as we wanted. So that is the first part that we completed. So now what do we want to do is we also want to create a associated route for this, because we first want to have a route which can create the authors. So let's simply close these contents over here. So till now, what do we do is that we are able to see that all of these commands, they are working as intended. So now I will close all of these tabs. So another thing that I need to do is over here. So now we had a folder called src which has a database, and from here, so now what will I do is I need to create a new folder for the routes. So that will be simply routes, and then we'll have the routes for the authors. So let's make this as author.ts. So over there, let's quickly create a route. Okay, so what do we need to do is we need to basically create an instance of the router, which will be coming from express dot router, express dot router, and this should not be like this, it needs to be like this. Yeah, so we created a new instance of the router. So over there we'll create a new route which will basically get all of the routes. So it will be slash, and then we will create AuthorScontroller. So and then it will have a method called get authors over there. So now we have not created this class till this point, but we will create it. So now let's go to the src itself, and over there let's create a folder called the controllers, and then over there let's create a file called AuthorScontroller.ts. So doing this, we'll simply create a dummy route for the time being, because I just noticed that we have not created the entities. So the next thing that we need to do is create the entities so that we can play around with this. So I think instead of wasting our time in the dummy controller, let's quickly move on to the database part, and then let's add few of the entities over here. So database will have the migrations related stuff. So let's keep it as it is, and then let's go to the src folder and let's create a directory called entities. So yeah, it's not a perfect folder structure at the moment, we are not organizing it in a perfect manner, but we will try to see this how how we can optimize the thing in the upcoming part. So now first thing, so let's create entities. So the entity that we want to create is called author. So it will be author.ts. So it is basically a TypeORM entity. So I would like to request you to go into the TypeORM's official documentation as well. So it is basically going to be a class which will be named as author, and then from here what can I do is that it is basically a class, so it is an entity, and then I can simply pass the name of the table. So I want to name this as author, so I'm passing this as author. So one thing that you might have noticed is that we are repeating the authors in most of the places, like in the migrations, and it is over here, it is over there, even when we are trying to like revert the migration. So I think we are duplicating the code, and let's say if we need to make change on the table name of the table, so even during the development phase, if we thought that okay, I want to name this to something else instead of authors, I just want to make it author something, or by applying some underscore, in that case I will have to come through all of these files and make changes. So it's not a good way. So instead, let's try to follow a pattern called single source of truth. So we want to store the variables somewhere, and so that changing on the one place, we should not be worrying about changing everywhere. So within the src directory, let's create a new directory. Let's name this as constants. Let's keep it as constant at the moment, and let's name this as db table.ts. So how can we do this? So we can try two different ways. Export const, so authors. Okay, so we can name this as authors. So for the time being, we'll simply export this as a basic file. Yeah, we could try enum as well. So let's keep this as it is at the moment, and we can think of renaming this into something else after a while. So I think let's name this to db. Let's keep this like this, db table. And then coming over here, what do I want to do is I want to do the db table and dot I want to import authors from db table. So what will I do is I can simply pass the authors const over here. So the name of the table would be authors. So now which is coming from which basically comes from this part. So the next thing that I need to do is I need to make changes into this part as well, because if I want to rename this folder to something else, that will not be a good solution. So let's keep this as authors, and then over here let's keep this as authors as well. Yeah, and then what is this thing is so already including the dbtable.ts. Okay, just give me a second. Okay, it is referring to the same file, and then I think we can make this okay, I'll just fix it in a while. So this is not how it is fixed. So where am I? So I'm in the database directory. I need to go one step back, and then one step back, and then come to the constants, and then db table. So it should be all good. So I too much relied on the IDE. So let's simply close this. Let's go to the other file. Yeah, so we've pretty much created a new entity. So we need to add few of the columns as well. So the first column that we want, it is an ID which is of the type number. So it is an primary generated column. So that's all. We could pass few of the other parameters as per required, but for now it's good. So the next thing is name, which is of the type string, and then it is a column as well, and then we cannot have this as nullable, so we'll set nullable to false. So let me quickly copy this and also set few of the other fields, like it will be email, it cannot be nullable as well. And then what are the fields that we have? we also have an bio. Let's keep this as a string, and then it can be nullable, so that is the thing. And finally let's have a field called the image, which will store the information for the which will have the information for the image of the particular author. So now we pretty much have these things at this point. So now we have this thing. So now let's go to our route part, so where we created our route. So it was it is something, okay, let's open the author.ts. So this is the route. So we need to create a new controller called AuthorScontroller. So let's quickly do that as well. So over here let's create a new file called AuthorScontroller.ts. so yeah, there is already a file. So this will also be a class which is named as AuthorScontroller. So we will have a method called async, which is get authors. And what will this do is it will do something like it will have request, it will have a response. So these things, request and response, it needs to come from the express. So what we need to do is import the request and the response. It will be coming from the express. Let's quickly save this, and then this is a async method. And then what this will return is it will return let's not worry about the return type, we'll fix this in a while. So we need to get the authors. So const authors is equal to, we need to do something like, we need to once more get the app data source over here. So this is something that has been changed in the latest version of the TypeORM. So we'll get the repository, and then we'll set the repository to author, and then we'll find the data. So for now we don't worry about making changes on we should not worry about any sort of complex queries. So eventually we'll get into that. So what will you do is return res.status. Let's set it to 200, and then what do we want to do is we want to send send a JSON. For now let's say success is equal to true, and then message is equal to faced authors successfully. And then finally we need to have a data. So data will have the authors. So this is how it will be. So now we simply exported a class over here. So now let's go to our route called authors.ts. So over there what do we need to do is const authors controller is equal to new. It will be authors controller. Yeah, I made a mistake in this part, so it needs to be authors controller. So let's fix this thing, and then let's fix this thing, and then let's keep it to let's keep it to smaller one, so it will get an author. And finally we need to do the export default router. So we export this router, and then let's go to our app.ts. So for going into app.ts, what can we do? So over here we will use this as a middleware. So we'll use, and for /authors, what we will be doing is authors route. So let's simply import the authors route over here. Let's go to this part. So import authors route from, we will get it from dot slash route slash authors, and let's save this, and so yeah, it will be fine. So now let's open the terminal. So let's try to get the authors, but currently there will not be any data. So let's open the SQL AS. So for this, once more I need to be connecting to my database 127.0.0.1. it will be root database is bookie underscore ts underscore u2, and it is 3306. Let's connect to it. So within authors we do not have any data. So now let's try to insert some data. Let's insert the data manually. So let's insert into authors. We want to insert the id, name, email, and then bio. And for image, let's let's insert the image as well, and the values we want to insert would be 1, and then John Doe, and then email will be john@author.com, and then for the bio this is author John, and then for the image we'll be using something like http google.com. We are keeping the things very simple at the moment, but we will make use of this after a while. So yeah, it seems there is one data seeded, so which will be a confirmation for us to see that there is a data. So now let's go over here, and then let's do something like yarn dev, which will start our dev server. So okay. So this is because we missed a couple of things previously. So within tsconfig.json you can see that image decorator metadata is false. We need to set this to true in the first place, and the next thing is that within the index.ts we need to import, we need to make sure that we have imported reflect metadata. So what will we do is we'll import reflect metadata over here, and we'll save it. So the next thing that we need to do is within our data source.ts. So I will close this terminal. So let's go to the data source.ts. As you can see, there is an option for the entities. So what we need to do is we need to register all of the entities that we want to be part of this data source. So let's quickly import the author over here, and let's save it. So now let's try to see. So as you can see, it says the database connection is success, and we are running the application on 30,001. I thought it was 3000, but it seems I did some sort of mistake. So yeah, it's fine even if it is 30,001. So now let's go to this postman. So over here we do have a route for the authors, so let's try to hit it. So I'll just quickly move this over there. So you can see, yeah, success true, we fetched the author successfully, and the data, we have this first data that we inserted into the database. So I see that we do not have the fields called created at and updated at over here, but that's perfectly fine at the point. So let's ignore this for now, but eventually we'll add that. The only thing that we need to do is make changes on our author entity and define it over there. So now let's add another route for the details part. So AuthorScontroller, we got the all authors, and now we need to get the author, and then this will also take the request and then response as response, and then let's not provide anything at the point. We'll eventually add the return type as well. We need to create a helper file, so which we'll be working on. So author, this will be an author. So what we want to do is await, and then app data source, and then get repository, and then we need to provide the author, and then finally find one by or fail, and then we need to pass the id. So the id will be something that is coming from the request. So const id, we need to get the id. It will be coming from it should come from the id. So request dot, so we need to get it from the path. Request dot params, and then let's restructure it, getting the advantage of restructure that, sorry, destructuring. So over here we can simply pass the id, find by id, and we can simply pass the id, but string is not assignable. So in that case, what do we need to do is we need to change this to number. So let's do it something like this, and then there will be the case where the data might not have been found. So finally, just to keep the thing simple, so we simply copy this thing, we paste it over here, and then we need to pass the author and then fetched author successfully. Let's see if anything is incorrect till this point, and it seems everything is fine. So let's now go to our author's route. So it will be int parameter as well, it will be a get endpoint as well, and then I will close this thing, and then it will be router.get, and slash will be getting slash id, and then we try to get authors.get author. We need to get the single author, and then let's come over here just to make sure that we send a request. Everything is fine. Let's pass 1 because this is the first id, and then we got the first author's detail. So we are still to implement the books. So in this next section, what will we do is we need to, after we finalize the books, we need also to fetch the books associated, top books associated with that author. So that is okay. So now let's say there might be the case, okay, let's pass 12. What should we in this situation? So when we pass 12, what did we do is we got that entity was crashed. This is because we had called the method called find one or by fail. So what does this do? This throws an exception. So we want to globally catch an exception, so even that will be working just after this, but for now let's fix one thing. So like if someone tries to hit any of the route which is not available, so the application has crashed. So for that I need to reboot it again. So this is not a good thing that our application crashes in this way, so we need to fix this. So the first thing, so whenever we pass some sort of nonsense url, so it gives 404 status not found, but we are working with the REST data, so we want to show the data or the response in the JSON format. So let's add a handler for that. So now let's go to app.ts. So over here, after all of the routes, so we do not need this hello route, we wanted this only for some verification. So let's say apart from the routes that we are defining over here, for any of the thing which does not exist, so in that case, so it will be request, it will be coming from the express, and then response, it will be coming from the express as well. So in this scenario, what will we do is that we simply will send a response with the status of 404 and the JSON message saying success will be false, and the message will be invalid route. So that will be the case. Let's quickly save it. So everything is fine till this point, and let's try to hit the request once again. So you can see our middleware got this. So the next thing that we want to do is we want to implement another middleware which will globally catch all of the exceptions, and then it will format it beautifully and it will send back to the user. So that should be a good start. That should be a good thing for us, because we don't want our app to crash every time the situation occurs. Next, we'll also need to make sure that we have some sort of error handler. So let's go to the Postman, and then let's try to access this URL which has the author ID of 123, something which does not exist. Firstly, let's make sure that our application is up and running. So let's boot up the application. It is successfully running. Let's try to get the first author. It is there. What if we try to get something that does not exist? 1 2 3. So in this case, you can see that the application is crashed. So even if we try to submit a request to get the data for something which is valid, we won't get any data. So this is the situation that we need to tackle, because currently we are like the application is crashing. We want to globally handle that issue. So it's not that we could not have done that. We could easily have figured out the thing. We could easily have fixed the thing. Simply, instead of using find one by or fail, we could simply do find one by, and we could check if there is no author. But instead of doing this, or instead of using try catch block in multiple places, it's better to have a global handler. So for that thing, what can we do is we do have a directory called we do not have a directory called utils. Okay, then in that case, let's go and then let's create a directory called utils. So and then I'll do it from the terminal itself. So I will make a directory called utils. So over there, what will I do is I will create two files over there. So one will be response.ts, and also I will create another file called it will be errorhandler.ts. okay, so now we have a file. So firstly, let's do something for the response. So currently what the situation is that we are duplicating the code. So let's make it reusable so that we can handle it easily. So for this, we need to import response from Express, and then let's create a class called response util. So we'll have two methods over here. So first one will be static. It will be send response, and we'll be making use of the generics over here so that we can pass any sort of data. So the arguments that it will take will be response, which is already coming from the Express, and the next thing will be data, which will be of type any. So we'll also need to send the pagination info, which we'll be implementing just after this. So for now, let's assume that it's of type any, and we do not have any value for this. And then finally the status code. Let's keep it to 200 as the default value, and the return type would be response, and it will return we'll be using generics for this. So yeah, this is the method signature. So how do we want to do this? So let's simply go to the this controller. Simply let's copy it. Let's come back to response.ts. Let's simply paste it, and then what we can see is we are returning this, and instead of 200 we can simply pass the status code, and success will be true, because we are in the case of the successful response. And then we also can basically get another parameter for the success. So let's do this something like message, and then it will be of the type string. Since we are on TypeScript, we need to strictly provide the type. And then finally for the data, it will be data itself, and then also we would want to return the pagination info. So yeah, So there will be the cases where there will be pagination, there will be the cases where there will be no pagination. Okay, in that case we should we can make this as meta or some extra or something like that, but it's fine for now. Or what can we do is within data itself we can have another section for the pagination. So we have not implemented the pagination at this point, but for now it looks good. So so finally we created this send response method. So now what will I do is I will copy this thing and then I will go to this place and then I will rename this as send error, and then it will not return any type of data, so it does not require to have some sort of generics. So we need response, we need message, we don't need this data, neither we need this pagination info, and we also need the status code. So the default status code would be 500, assuming that it is internal server error, and then we can return error, so which can be of type T. Yeah, so let's keep it to null, and then we need to take this as well. So I have not figured out how we are going to take this at this point. So finally it will be restart status code will be this status code, and success it will be false. The next thing that we need to return is message, and then also finally the errors if there is any. So that is all at this point. So now over here what can we do is, instead of doing the things like this, we can simply do return response util. We simply import it, and then we can send response of the successful response. So the first parameter is we need to pass the response, and then the second parameter is I get confused, so I will check this. So message, so what the message will be, fetched author successfully, and then what do we need to send is the data. So the data in our case would be author, and we do not have any sort of informations for the pagination and all. So yeah, it makes some sense that we make this pagination info the last argument, but we have not implemented the pagination part, so let's keep the thing simple for this point. So now let's simply save this thing, and one thing that we could specify the type as well. It will be author. Yeah, that makes sense. We are returning the entity at the point, but it's not a good idea to return the entity. Instead we should return some sort of DTOs or something that is already transformed, making use of some sort of transformers. Now let's go to this page and let's see if we get the intended data. So the application is crashed and we have not booted the server, so let's boot it up and let's try to see. Yes, successfully, success true, message is fetched author successfully, need to fix the grammar, and then the data is there. So pagination info, it's empty. Okay, it looks good. So the thing that I want to do is within the error handler, I want to implement some sort of the error handling mechanism. So it will not be completely contained within this, but it will be somehow or other related to this. So over here we'll simply create a class called error handler. So and then we can have the method called handle errors, which will take a function as an argument, and then it will be something like a middleware request raise and next. And then finally what will we do is we will resolve the promise, and then we simply take the parameters, and then sorry, so finally if there is some error we'll simply catch it and send it to next. So we could provide the types as well to be more type strict. So response, and then it is not getting it from here, so I'll get it from response. And then finally we also need the response, and it needs to be the next function. Okay, yeah, next function. So this is just a simple kind of a wrapper. Why are we doing this is because we do not want to have a try catch block in multiple places just to catch some sort of error and then send the error back. So I do not want to waste my time showing how and why the thing is, because we just want the implementation. So as you know, within app.ts we created a middleware, or we created some sort of implementation so that we got this we can have this mechanism for the not found. So over there itself we need to add some sort of handler over there. It can be a class, it can be a class easily, but yeah, it can be a class, but for now let's keep it on the app.ts. We'll have the refactoring section as well as we progress on this app. So what we do is we need to define a middleware function to handle the errors. So what will we do is we will create a new middleware. So it will be taking error as any, and then we'll take a request as request from express, and then we also require a response. I guess it is coming from express, yeah, request response, and then the next thing will be next, which will be next function, and then we'll have an arrow function for this. Okay, it is not imported, let's import it from the express. So what we want to do is, if the error is instance of, so entity not found error, so this is the error that TypeORM throws. So what can we do is, in that case, return response util. It is not okay, it is not imported, so I don't know if okay, let's simply do the response in util dot send error, and then what can we do is we pass the res, and then we pass the message that item or page you are looking for does not exist, and then finally we need to pass the status code, which is 404. We do not have any sort of errors. So expected 4 arguments. Okay, the next thing is that error t. So it is strictly assuming that we need some arguments. We provided 1 2 3 and 4, so let's keep it to null. Does this work? Yeah, let's do this as it is. And then also for anything apart from this, what will we do is return res dot status. We'll set this to 500, and then we can simply send error like success will be false, and the message will be something went wrong. Okay, that is the best thing that we can do. I think we need to make some good changes on this part, so we'll look into this. So now you can see that the database connection is success. Let's try to get these authors. Yeah, we can easily get it. So in case of 12, so something which crashes the application at the moment. So yeah, it crashed once again. So entity not found error. So the entity not found error, so it should have been the error should have been the instance of entity not found error, but let's try to log it. Console.log error is instance of okay, this is because, okay, simply by doing this we cannot prevent the error, or we cannot have the error handling mechanism. The next thing that we need to do is we need to tell our route that it needs to catch it. So for that reason, we need to go to our route, and then over there we need to make some changes. So over there we need to wrap this method by error handler dot, we need to have like handler errors, or we can rename this as catch error. So it basically catches the error. So let's do this, and let's import this. So this is something like a pain. We need to implement this in each and every route. So but that's not a big deal. So even if we get some sort of error while trying to perform this, we can have this caught as well. So now let's save this, and now I assume the app is up and running. So now let's try to send the request. So you can see we got this particular we reached to this point where we are successfully handling the error. So what if there was some sort of another error, something which is not related to database but something else? So let's go to the AuthorScontroller. So let's try to mimic something that does not exist. So can we throw new error? So can we do this? Make this as something else, and let's save this. Okay, it is still this happens because this method gets called before this, and let's go over here and let's see. Yeah, something went wrong. So as you can see, we have a very good error handling mechanism as well. We handled this pretty easily. So the next thing that we want to implement is pagination. This is because currently we are getting all of the data, and when the application grows, it is really difficult. It is very difficult, and it's not a good idea to load all of the data because that creates some sort of problem. Okay, so we'll be implementing the pagination. No, but one thing that I wanted to do over here is that I'm using Prettier. So please make sure that you have Prettier installed on this on your editor, and I assume that you have pretty good knowledge about it. I do not want to cover it. So what I seeing over here is that it is giving me so it is, I want to extend my width of this particular line. So I do not want that it goes to the next lines, because something that I can cover in a single line, it is going to a multiple lines. So for that thing, what can I do is I can simply create a prettier RC file, and then simply open the prettier RC, and then over there what will I do is print width. I will set it to 120. So, and then I also do not want to make use of semi, but that's fine for now. Yeah, so let's go to app.ts and let's try to resave it. So as you can see, we have implemented this. So this code is auto refactored by the Prettier plugin, because I have my settings that runs the Prettier on save. So yeah, this saves my space that I do not have to have multiple lines, and the code looks comparatively simpler. Okay, that's fine. So even for this we can use the response util. So we'll look into this, and for this just be sure that yeah, we are doing something like this, but instead it makes a good sense to have a dedicated class over there, or a different file where we can do the handling mechanism instead of writing everything like what we have done for the routers. So let's have the things as it is for now, but we'll make the things more scalable and more better as we progress. We will also implement ESLint, so which we have not done, but we'll do it eventually. Okay, now let's move on to the AuthorsController. So over here, let's close all of the files. So the next thing that I need to do is refactor this as well. So I will call the response util, and then I will send a response, and the response will get the phrase as the first argument, and then I always get confused with this. And then next will be the message, which will be fetched authors successfully. It does not matter whatever the value we have. And then for the data we can pass the authors. And then for the pagination info, we do not have anything at the moment, and since we are getting data, 200 is perfectly fine. And then finally let's simply save this thing. So now let's assume that we have everything up and running. Now let's go and let's try to get all of the authors. So it only has one author. So as you can see, yeah, it has only one author. So what do we want to do is we want to insert some couple of more data. So I'll do John Doe, I'll John Doe 1, and then make this to John 1, and then john@author.com.np, and then I will copy this, and I will have at least 2 more data. So instead of this, let's skip this 3, John Doe and Ram Doe, and then let's skip this to Ram and make this Ram, and then let's skip everything as Ram. And then finally let's have the 4 data. So let's skip this to 4, Ram Doe just Ram 1. So keep this Ram 1, author Ram 1, and then let's save this. Okay. Where is the mistake? Okay. Can we try to insert one by one? Okay, it seems it did. Let's try to insert this one. It did. Let's try to insert this one. It did. And let's try to fetch the authors. There are 4 data. So it's a good thing that we can at least simulate the pagination process. So there are different ways that we can implement pagination. One of them is offset pagination, one of them is cursor pagination. So I have implemented cursor pagination using Golang and GoRM in my channel, so you can check the video. So for now, to keep the things very simple, we will be using a very simple offset paginator, and then maybe at the end of the video or somewhere else we will try to cover how we can implement the cursor paginator as well. So this is because cursor paginator requires some sort of advanced calculation than the offset pagination, and we need to be worrying about calculating the previous page, next page cursor, decoding it, encoding it. So that's also, it basically consumes the time. Our goal is simply to have the pagination implemented. So yeah, let's move on to that. So for that, what can we do is, so within the database we will now create another util called paginator, because this is something that is related to pagination. So what will we do is we will create a paginator .ts. It will be something like the page util. So export class and then paginator, and then what will we do is we will have a static method so that it can be called from those places pretty easily. And then we will need to pass the query builder, and then we can also take the request, and we might need request a response, we might not need response. So okay, so now how this will be implemented is from the AuthorController. So currently we are calling the method called find directly, but instead what do we want to do is we want to do something like create query builder. So it will give us some sort of query builder, and here we can perform any sort of queries that we want, like where or anything. So for now, let's say there is order by, and then what will we do is we'll have id, and then we want to do the ordering in the DESC. So that is the query. So if I run this query, I assume it does not work. So there is something wrong over here. So this is because we have not finally called what needs to be done. So we do have this beautiful query which created a query builder. So now what do we want to do is we will call the page util or the paginator, and we'll pass the query builder and the request, and then we'll calculate the pagination and return back the data, and which will be returned back by the author controller. So the reason to do this is that we want to make it completely reusable. So yeah, let's get started. Let's do something. So we need two things. So the page, the current page that we are on, so it will be coming from request.query dot page. If nothing is provided, we'll simply set it to 1. We also need the page size, and we'll cast it to number as well, and it will be coming from request.query.page size. If nothing is provided, we'll have the 10 as the default value, and then we need to calculate the offset, which will be done by offset is equal to page minus 1 into page size. So we can now get the items. Let's group them together, and now we'll have the database query part, so we can get the items. So let's name this as items or records, it can be anything. Let's keep this as records then. So what will we do is we'll call the await, and then we already have the query builder, and then what will we do is we'll skip the offset value, and then we'll take only the page size. And then what can we do is we can call the method called get many. So this get many item gets the multiple items. So now we also need to get the items. So for the pagination, we need to know that how many items are over there, the total items. So for that, we can do something like total items or the count. It does not make any, it is fine with anything. Await, what will you do is we'll make another call. So this will get the get count. So it will call the two queries. It will call the normal query that we are doing here over here, and the next thing will be it will call select count one from the particular provided table. So now we did the count, we got the records. So now we need to calculate the pages, how many pages are there. So for this, what can we do? It const pages is equal to, we'll make use of some math function, math.ceiling, which will be count slash page size, and then it's not counts, it is total items. And then the next thing is const current page is equal to offset slash page size plus 1, and then const has next is equal to current page is less than total items. So I have covered the paginator component with Laravel, Vue.js, and also with React.js. I have done such sort of calculations on that, so you can check on my channel as well. So for having next, we can confirm if there is a next page if the current page is less than the total items, and then we also need to check if it has previous page. So only if the current page, the page that we calculated, is greater than 1. So now finally what can we do is we can return the pagination info. So let's make this let's create an interface over here. Where can we okay, let's create an interface over here. So we'll name this as interface pagination info, and then what can we do is it will have current page, it will be a number, and then it will have page size, which will be a number, and total items, which will be a number as well, and then pages, it will give the number of the pages, which will be a number. So everything seems to be a number over here. As next, it will be a boolean, and then as previous, let's be more specific, so it's a boolean as well. So now we created this, so we want to have now the instance of the pagination info. So pagination info, it will be the instance of pagination info. So current page is the page that we got from the request, and then the page size will be page size, where do we have this? Yeah, the page size is this one, and then so cannot clear the blood. Okay, so for that thing, why are we redeclaring it? We are not redeclaring it. Let's see what the issue is, but let's try to keep the things over here. Total items will be it already, it's total items, and then I need to provide this equal to sign. And then for the total pages, what will we do is we already have the pages, and then we also pass the has next and has previous as well, and has previous. Okay, it sounds good. And so finally from this method, what will we return is we'll return an object which has items and also the pagination info, undeclared token. So we do not have the items, we have the we have renamed this to records. Okay, that makes some sense, and it needs to be just over here, just before the method. Let's quickly save this. So the one thing that I liked about Golang is that we can have multiple return types, and I'm currently working with Golang and I feel that's far better than this. Okay, so the return type, so let's not worry about anything, so we can create an interface for that. Okay, now let's go to the authors controller. So the authors controller, what will we do is we'll get the records, and we'll name this as authors, and we'll also get the pagination info, which we'll be getting from the await. We have named this to paginator, and then paginator paginator dot paginate. We need to pass we need to name this to builder, and then let's do pass the builder. We need to pass the request, and I do not see any use of the response, so we can simply remove it, and then we simply pass these things, and let's save this. And now while returning the data, we can return the authors, and then we also need to return the pagination info, and I guess that's all. So yeah, everything is fine. So let's see if everything is okay. So now let's try to call this method. Yes, it is successfully calling it. So you can see the current page is 1. So we did not provide the page size, that's why we have the page size of 10. There are total 4 items, and then the next thing is that there is only one page, it has next. Okay, it's wrong mentality that it should not have a next page, and it has previous, false. Okay, we'll fix this. So now what will we do is authors, what we want to do is, let's say if the page size is equal to 1, if there was one page, what would the value be? So we are on the first page, page size is 1, we have per page is 1, and there are total items 4 in the database, and there are 4 pages. It has next page, it has previous page. So now, and then let's go to page number 2. So going to page number 2, it has ID of 2, and then like you can see, current page is 2. Yeah, every data is similar. So let's go to 4. We must be on the 4th page, but it is giving the data of the first. I think there is some error with this, or if no, this should not be the case. Page size is equal to 1, page is equal to 4. There is some error. I will have to figure this out, but let's try to figure it again. Page 1. Okay, this is because we are doing this query. So yeah, as you can see, this is because we are getting the data in the descending order. So yeah, sorry for getting mistaken. So if we change the order by, the value would be different. The only thing that I am worried over here is, yeah, because the page size is 1, that is 1, it has next true. So what if the page size was 10 and we were on the first page? So it has next, it is giving me true. That should not have been the case. So let's calculate the hash. Let's see what we are doing over here. So current page is less than the total items. Is there any issue with this? Let's see the count. We are getting the total count. Pages method cell total items by page size. Current page is equal to offset by page size plus 1, and then current page is less than total items. Current page is less than total items. So console.log current page and then total items. So I don't know why this is failing over here. So let's resend the request again, and then let's come and see the query. So current page is less than total items. This should not be the case. Current page is less than pages, it should be pages. And then if I send the request, you can see it does not have next, it does not have any previous value. So yeah, we implemented the paginator as well. So moving forward, let's check the data source part. So yeah, we have set the logging to true, that's why we are getting some sort of logger. Instead, what could we have done is we could provide any, we have provided any sort of values. Let me just see, we could only log for the query as well. So yeah, there are different options that we can get the values as in the logger. So yeah, that seems perfectly fine. That also seems perfectly fine. So what did we implement in the section is we implemented the paginator. So we are good, we got the authors, we have the pagination, we can get the single author, and then the next few things that we need to implement is creation of the new author. So for this we will be using some sort of DTOs as well, and also class-validator, so that we can validate the things. Now we'll move on to the another section. So till this point we fetched the paginated authors. We also have an endpoint to get the specific author. Now let's create a new author. So we also need to upload a image for the author. So this is going to be an exciting section. So first of all, what we like to do is within our src directory, let's create a directory for the middlewares, and then over there I will quickly create a new file for the file uploader. So it will basically be an express JS middleware, so which we will be taking care of in a while. So as you can see, I will explain this file in a while. I just saved the time by copying the contents. So now the first thing that we need to do is yarn add multer. It is a package especially used when using when used to upload the files, and when we send the request type or the content type as multipart form data. So we add multer, and then there is some problem with some multers particular version. So let's check if that is okay. So okay, multer, where is that? So multer, it is getting this version. Instead we need to get yarn add multer at the rate 1.4.3. so this is something that does not have the error. So if you check into GitHub, so you can find some interesting issues. So the next thing that we want to do is also add the types for this. So here add -t @types for the multer. So that will be all. So we'll be coming back to this file in a while. Basically this is an uploader. It is a middleware which will take few of the parameters and it will upload the file to our file system. So let's close this, let's close this, let's close this as well, let's close this as well, and also this. Now let's simply open routes for the author.js. Let's add a new endpoint. So router.post. So we want to post the authors, so path will be something like this, and we need to call AuthorScontroller dot create author. So let's be more verbose. So let's not repeat ourselves, so just create is okay. And for this as well, error handler dot handle errors. So we want to handle the errors for this as well. And now let's go to our authors controller, and over there we will create a new method which will create a new author. So it will also take a request. Next it will be response, and then finally let's keep as this is, and this actually it returns a promise which is an response. So same will go with this. It will return a promise of with response. Okay, till now it does not return anything. So let's note few of the things as well. So we also want to implement some sort of validation for our input data. So for that purpose as well, we need to implement something which is known as class-validator. So we will take a look into that as well. So let's quickly install class-validator as well. So yarn add class-validator, and then we also, I don't know if we need to add the types. Okay, it seems that we already have added the dependencies for the types as well. So now for the create, so over here what will we do is, so we'll do something like const author data is equal to, it will be coming from the body, requested body, and then we will get the image. So before getting the image, so simply let's try to do something like app repo. We did get the repo, which we can simply copy from this and then save our time. And then finally what can we do is new author can be created like this. Repo dot create, we pass the author data, and then finally we can save it, report dot save, and then finally we can return the response as I guess next parameter needs to be null, because we do not want to send anything as paginator. That's fine. So it report.save, and it requires author as an argument. So this should be all good. So argument of type author is not assigned by type string. So is this giving me some sort of error? App data source dot, it should not be, oh wait, okay, yeah, it should be response. Okay, and then so the second parameter is successfully created new author, and then we pass the author. So with this we should be fine with our implementation. And next thing that we need to do is within app.ts we need to make a few minor changes because we are trying to get the form data as our header. So you can see we are taking body parser.json we are using this middleware, but we need to use another middleware as well. So body parser dot url encoded, and then we simply set extended to true. So let's save this, and now let's check if everything is okay. So let's run the command yarn dev. It seems everything is fine. Now let's go to our postman. So let's call the endpoint to post the data, and then here we will pass a few of the data like name and then email address, bio, image. So that is all that we have in our database at the moment. So let's try to send the data. So as you can see, it has some error. So yeah, it has some error, but we cannot see what the error is because we are getting this. So let's make some changes on the handler as well. So immediately just after we reach here, what can we do is console.error. We can simply log the error as well to verify what sort of error was sent. So looking into this, it seems that name field does not have the default value. It means we have reached to a point that our controller is unable to get this value. So let me prove this to you. If I go over there and do console.log and then do something like rec.body, the value should be empty. So let's simply do this thing, and then you can see there is no value, it is empty. So now let's quickly fix this thing, because when we are passing the header as, so we are passing the header as multi-part form data, in that case we need to make use of the multer middleware, so which is basically for that purpose. So now let's go to our author.ts. So from here, what do we want to do is for this post scenario, we want to call a middleware. So that middleware be file upload, it will be file uploader, and then we have a method called upload. I will explain this to you in a while. And then, as you know, we are sending the body as image, so the field name for the image or the file will be image, and then we want to store this to authors directory, and then this maximum amount of size that we want to accept is this much. So it basically means 2 MB. So now let's go to this class file uploader. So we have a class called file uploader, which has one static method so that it can be called throughout our application. And then you can see the first parameter that we require is the file field name. Basically we want to reuse this class from the multiple places so that all of them can call it to upload the files. So this file field name, so let's say if there was another field for users, in that case the name of the field might be different. So in that case this indicates that field name, and the folder name basically where do we want to store the file. So basically there is application, there are multiple modules on it, so some of them belongs to user, some of them belongs to blog. So the images we want to separate them, and the file size we also want to provide some sort of maximum file size, and also the file types. So for now we are only accepting image slash jpeg and image slash png. So this is an optional parameter which has the default value. Because it has a default value, it's a parameter with the default value. If nothing is provided, so we will be considering that only the allowed file types are image jpeg and image png. So for this we are creating a new storage with this multer package, and then what we trying to do is we are trying to check whether or not there is a directory called uploads and over there with the folder name. So if the folder does not exist, we will simply create a directory, and if it exists there is no problem. So we also, what do we do is that there is a file that we send, and when we are uploading it, we want to basically change the name. We want to use some library called crypto so that it is encoded and it will be stored. And then also we are checking some sort of file filter. So if the file type that we provided, that does not includes the like let's say we already have the file types. It means we want to accept only image JPG and image PNG. But if the file that was provided which does not has that MIME type, in that case what will we do is we will simply throw an error. And then finally we create a function, we update this function which uses the multer. So that is the very simple implementation, and over here we are like uploading a single file. So that is what it does. So I guess you pretty much got the idea. So you can basically see what we are trying to do over here. So now from the AuthorScontroller, so we have called this middleware. So it is a middleware where we can pass the different arguments. So over there what will I try to do is, over the image I'm trying to send a file with the extension of PHP. So now let's say if I try to submit this, so what do I get is I get some error. So it seems so okay, there is some error. Is it something related to, I don't think it's the latest one. So yeah, you can see we got the error saying something went wrong, but the error is invalid file type. This is because over here we have logged the error. So what do we want to do? We want to catch this error. So we could throw an custom exception from there, and we could check if the error is instance of that particular new exception. But for now, what can we do easily is, so we will check if the error is something like this. If the error dot message is equal to invalid file type, if the error type is something like this, what will we do is we'll call the response util, and we will send an error saying we pass the response, and then we say that invalid file type, and then since it is something related to validation, we'll send 422, and then we do not want to pass any sort of errors to the users. So now let's do this once again. Okay, it seems the application crashed over here, so argument error was not passed. So in that case we can simply pass null and save this, and let's try to submit it again. So you can see we got 422 with the message saying that invalid file type. So yeah, that is very simple implementation. So now let's move on to the rest of the part. So we want to implement something called DTO. So DTO are the data transfer objects. So we are using we will be using class-validator. So what could we do is, we do have the class for the entity, so we could add some sort of validations over here as well. So instead we do not want to we want to separate the concern. So DTO should be different thing and the entity should be different thing. So what will we do is, we'll create a we'll have a DTO, we'll perform some validations over there, and when the time comes to save the content to our database, we'll convert the contents to our class. So we'll create the instance of the entity which has all of the input fields. So now for that, let's go over here. It seems there is some minor mistake. We can check into this after a while. So now over here, let's go, and then within the src directory, let's create a directory called DTOs. So DTOs, okay. So we already have so many folders and it's already messed up. We need to fix this thing. We need to group the folders based upon their responsibilities. So let's close all these things. So for the DTOs, what will we do is, we'll now create a new DTO. So that will be create author DTO.ts, and then it will basically be a class create author DTO, and then it will have few of the fields like name, which will be of the type string, and let's see, we'll have name, email, bio, image. name, email, which will be of type string, and then bio, which will be of type string, and then finally so since the validations for the image is being handled by the multer itself, the another middleware that we created, so let's not worry about that. So it seems even based upon this name, email, bio, image, so that should be perfectly fine. So name, so it is not empty, so we can pass the different validations like this. So it is not empty and it should be string, and then we can pass few of the things like minimum length of at least 3 and then max length of 20. So let's add these values. So email, it is also mandatory, so it cannot be empty. Also it is an email. I think that should be more than okay for us. And then we also need to check it is unique or not. So but for that we need to do some database related queries. So let's ignore that for now, because this is automatically handled by our MySQL for the time being. But we will come to a situation where we'll have to create our own custom validator. So maybe we'll deal this when we'll be using the user authentication section. So bio, so what can this be? We mark this as optional and it is an string, and then let's only set the max length to 200. So that should be more than enough for the time being. So now let's go to the AuthorController. So firstly we get the data, and then what are we doing is now we create a DTO. DTO is equal to new create author DTO, and then what can we do is we can call this object that assign DTO and book author data. So what are we doing is with object.assign, so based upon this input, for the input value we'll assign this into this class. So the what I am trying to say is the object will have name, email, bio and image, and then the author DTO also has those properties. So it will set it will create a new instance of the create author DTO by assigning the values. So you can check the official documentation for this as well. So we can now run the validation. So const errors is equal to await. What can we do is validate. So there are different ways. So one of the way is validate or reject, and then what can we do is we can simply pass the DTO, and then if what does this do, validate or reject, it returns a promise. Okay, that's fine. Or for now let's keep it simple simply by calling the validate and await validate. Yeah, that should be okay, but it doesn't seems to be imported. We can simply import it. So what can we do is if the errors dot length, if there is some error, so in that case what can we do is return response util dot send errors. We want to send the errors. We'll send the res. What we want to say is invalid data. The status code will 422 like Laravel, and we'll pass the whole errors that we got. So now let's be hopeful that everything works fine. So let's keep this like this. Let's not pass the image for now, assuming the fact that everything is okay, and let's send the request. So you can see we got this custom validation. Okay, we got the validation. So we should make some changes onto this so that the validation is little better than this. Yeah, we'll do this in a while. So yeah, you can see, so name must not be empty. So it validated the different fields based upon the different criteria. So let's provide let's provide ABC, and for bio, since this is an optional field, there should be nothing for this. Okay, so that's fine. So let's once more submit the data. So name must be longer than 3 characters, so ABCD, that is okay. For email, we should get some errors. So email must be an email, so abc@email.com. so this should be a valid email. So you can see with this it successfully created a author. So now over here, so we did this thing. So we also want to update, we also want to upload the file, and then when the file is uploaded, we want to save the content to our database. So for that, what can we do is we do have something like this. We already have the author data. So the middleware that we are doing on the router level, that takes the care of us to validate and upload the file. So the author data dot image, we have the field called image, and then what will this do is request dot file, and then what can we do is we can simply try to get the file name only, and then we will save this thing. And now let's go to our form data. We'll now create some valid data for this period. So let's select the files, let's go to the desktop, and then we'll select some image. You can select anything from your computer, and then what we want to do is name. Let's provide my name, and then it will be and then bio, I am just testing, and then let's send it. So while sending it, we got some error. So now let's see what the error was. What does this say is no such file or directory. So there is no file or directory. It should have created the directory if the upload slash folder name did not exist. So in that case, so what should we do is over here, let's simply create a new directory for that. So mkdir, so this will be uploads. Let's assume that the second part will be taken care, it will be taken care by the application. So it seems we did some mistake over here. So the utils, it is outside, we need to send this back to the src. So we need to refactor this. So yarn, what do we do is yarn dev, and then since the user is not created, I will send this once again. So now you can see we successfully returned this response. So now if I go to my upload section, you can see I have successfully uploaded the file. So so with this we basically implemented a route which basically creates a new author, and we also uploaded a file. So as I said, there is one thing that we need to fix, that the utils directory, it needs to be inside the src. So I will move it into src, and it needs to import update the imports as well. So let's hope that VS Code does that for us, and everything should be fine. Now let's quickly make some changes. So we will change the div table to be enum, so that we can use it effectively. So the places where we need to update are create authors table. First we update like this, we import it, and then over the places where we were importing this as authors, we need to replace by div table dot authors. Same goes on the down method as well. Also for the entity, we can import it and update the code accordingly. So now let's go to the AuthorSController, and then let's add a method which will update the author. So please note, we will not be implementing the functionality to update the image for now. So async, So let's name this as update. It will take a request, it will take a response, and then it will return a promise which will return a response, and then let's provide the types for them. It will be coming from request, it will be coming from the response. Now first we need to get the ID, so it will be coming from request.params, and the next thing is we also need to get the author data or update data, which will be coming from request.body, and then like we did over here for the create, we need to perform the validation as well. So I will copy this thing and then I will paste it over here. So now DTO will be create author DTO. We will have another DTO over here on the file itself. So export class update author DTO, and then we will need the following fields. So I will copy this and then I will paste it over here. So we need name, we need email, we need bio. So that's all. So yeah, most of the contents are same, but it's better to distinguish between them to have a separate entity. So we could also create a base entity and we could extend that in both of the cases by simply extending, but for now, yeah, it's fine. So what will we do is update author DTO, and then we assign this. So this is something like this. So we created a DTO. So now DTO.bio will be coming from author data.bio. It is something like this. So object.assign is okay for us, and then we do this validation, run the validation. If there is some error, we will return the errors itself with 422 as the status code. So the first thing, even before going over here, so if the data is invalid, that's perfectly fine. So now the first thing that we need to do is to figure out whether or not the provided ID is a valid one. So we already have done it in the get author method. So what will we do is we'll simply copy this thing. So first we need to get the author. So we author, and then we check if it exists or not. So if it exists, we will return the entity, otherwise we will send an exception, and we already have got the exception within our app.ts as well. So in case it is the instance of not found error, we return error like this. So over here we set like this. So what do we need to do is we need to create a variable called repo, and instead of doing this thing over here, we will copy it over here, and then this will be replaced by repo. And then so now we need to update the data. So how can we do that? So we can do this by repo.merge. So we will be passing author data, which is our input data, and the author. So we merged it. So now finally what do we need to do is we need to call the method repo.save with the author so that we can update it. And then when everything is done, what can we do is return response util, and then we send the response with res and successfully updated the author, and we can also pass our author data. So let's quickly save this. Let's hope that there is no error in the compilation process. So now I will basically duplicate the tab. So we will be doing a put request. So in put request, there is a difference between put and patch. So if you want to update only the specific thing, like there is an endpoint to update the status, it's better to use patch. So it is something like applying patch to the particular column, but you want to completely update the whole entry. So in that case else you can use put. So what will we do is I will do something like this, author/1. so this will be my put route. So trying to send the request, it will send invalid route. So we need to go to our author.ts and then simply close this, and then we copy this thing because we need the error handling mechanism as well. So it will be router.put, and then over there we need to get an ID, and then we don't have image. So let's close this, and this will be something like update. And now let's hope that everything is fine. So let's try to submit this. So yeah, it gave us the validation error. So for this we can go to the raw. Over there it needs to be a JSON section, but firstly over here in the header we had sent something like this, which we need to update it. And then over here I will little zoom this up for you, and then let's say I just wanted to update because this is a full put, we can update the whole data. So name, this will be abc1, and then bio will be this is updated bio. And also we also can pass the full email. Email can be whatever the data that we had at the previously. So let's do at abc@abc.com. That's not a big deal, and then we don't need anything else. So now let's send it. So doing this, you can see that we successfully updated the data. So but for the image it's as it is, so we will not worry about this for the time being. So let's say if I only wanted to update the name, so abc123. so doing this, we pretty much get the updated data. So we can easily update the contents. So within the validation there might be a scenario where if the email that is used by another user, if we try to update it, so there will be some problems. So let's see if there is some data like this. So bj@test.com, it belongs to another user. So now if I try to update the email, let's see if this works for us or not. So within the body and the raw section, if I try to do this thing and send submit, so it says something went wrong. This is because we are getting duplicated entry. So we need one validation. We need to create a custom validation where we can pass some parameters and get the validation error accordingly. So we will work on this, not now, but we will work on this before we will proceed with books routes. So this is fine. So finally we need a last route, so which is to delete the entity. So generally most of the courses related to any sort of tutorials like this, they do not cover the things like the validations and all, but we were trying to cover all those things and trying to have the application up and running, and we want to make sure that it includes all of the features that it requires in practical world, not just for learning. So finally let's create a final method for the delete. So it will be delete, it also take request, which is the request res, it will be a response, and then it also returns a promise which will return an response. And then let's see, I think this delete is mistaken. Yeah, so now over here we follow the same pattern. We just define the we can simply copy the contents from here, and then we need to also define a repository, and then we can paste it over here. And then one thing that we could try is this is first we are checking whether or not the provided author exists with the provided ID, and if it exists, what will we do is we will simply delete it. So await report dot remove, and then we'll be passing the author, and then finally we need to return a response. So how can we do this is return response util dot send response, and it will be taking res at the first argument, and what can we say is successfully deleted the author, and then for other things we won't have any data, and that should be all for us. So now I will basically duplicate it, and then first I will see if I can get all of the data with the page size of 20, and then so fifth number, so the id with id 5, it seems to have some unknown data. So I will try to delete it, so providing the method delete, and let's submit it. So what does it say? It successfully deleted the author. So if I go to author /5, what can I see? So item or page we are looking for does not exist. Yes, we are making a good progress. Now what do I want to do is I want to make some refactoring to our code. So previously over here we had a directory called utils, and we had a middleware over there which was error handler. But the thing is that the error handler is more of a middleware, and it should be in the middleware section. So I simply moved this over there, and then over here I renamed the field, the method, to catch errors, because we are basically catching the errors. By doing this, we should make sure that we update our routes to update the method name to be catch errors instead of handle errors. So now we actually implement a static handle errors method, which basically comes from this part which I have commented out. So basically we copy everything and we move it over to this new file. So I'm removing the code, and then over here it's a static method handle errors, which takes error, request, response, and the next function. So we are basically simply copying the data as they are. So now to make sure that everything works, so we need to make sure that we update our routes. We also make sure that within our app.ts we have imported the error handler perfectly. And now let's go to the postman and let's try to submit the request. So on doing so, we can see that we are getting the response as it was. So we did a pretty good progress in this section. So next thing that I wanted to implement, or that I promised in the previous, was to implementation of custom validators. So now let's move into that section. So I will close all of these files. I will simply open my file explorer, and then over here we have a directory for constant, controllers, database, DTOs, entities. In that case, let's create a new directory. So we'll be creating a directory from src, and it will be known as validators. So validators is something related to HTTP part. So like Laravel does the folder structuring, or the managing of the folder structure in a way that all the domain related things are kept together, like app. So it is related to HTTP part. So the validators controllers are together. So why don't we try the same thing? So let's create a new directory called http. So what will we do is I will move the middlewares to the http part, because it belongs to http section. So let's simply move it, and then let's update it. Let's hope that everything goes fine. If not, we'll have to fix the things. So the next thing is within http itself, what can we move is the controllers part, because it also belongs to the http section. So let's move it, and let's update the imports as well. So to make sure, let's go to the postman and let's see if one endpoint is okay. If it is okay, everything is okay. So over here we have http, which has controllers, middlewares, and then the responsibilities look similar. Okay, the constants is okay over here, database is okay, and then we can move the entities to the database part. Okay, we can, yeah, let's move the entities to the database part, because it is something more related to the database. So let's move it, and then let's update the imports as well. Let's go over here and let's try to submit the request. Let's try to get data with the ID of 1. If this works, everything works fine. So yeah, everything is working fine. So we pretty much refactored our code. So the DTO, it also is something related to HTTP because it is used in the validations and all. So we deal with this on the HTTP layer. So let's simply move this over there as well. So we update the imports and let's hope everything is fine by submitting the request. So by doing this, we are getting an error. Okay, we need to fix this thing. This is because within the AuthorScontroller.ts we need to import the DTO, fix the issue for the create author DTO. So let's submit it. Let's resend the request, and yes, we are getting the data as intended. So now let's move to our section. So another section, in this section we will be creating a custom validator. So HTTP over here we'll have a new directory. We'll name this as validators. So we'll be learning how can we implement custom validators in this section. So we want to create a new validator, and let's make this as a unique validator because we want to have some certain fields which are unique. So like in this case of the authors controller, the email, it needs to be unique. So let's quickly implement this change. So over here, let's create a new file. I will name this as isUnique, and let's give a isUniqueValidator, and then provide the extension of ts. So over here we need to import few things. So we can simply export a class. So isUnique constraint, which basically it need to implement a validator constraint interface which is provided by the ClassValidator, and then we need to make a use of the decorator as well. So validator constraint, and then we will make this to async true, and then over here we will have some implementations. So firstly, let's add a public method which will say the default message, and I do not want any of these arguments. I will simply remove this thing, and what will we say this is return. We'll be using this return property is already in use. So this is the first thing. So we create a method for validation. So async validate. So now it will take some arguments, like value can be any, and the args, it needs to be validation arguments, and then it will return a promise, and then we will return either true or false. That means boolean is the return type. So from this we will destructure the array, so we can get the entity and we can get the field. So I will show this implementation in a while. So but let's assume that as a parameter we can pass the entity and the field. So args.constraints. So now we need to implement some sort of query over here. So like what should we do is we should select everything from particular table where the provided field has that particular value. So in that case, so we need to do some query. So for that, let's do something like const repository. It will be using a data source dot get repository like we did in the other places, and then we need to pass an entity which we already have got from the argument. And then what we do is that we will simply do a count like await, and then this repository dot count, and then over here we can pass some values like this where they provided. Just give me a second. So what are we doing over here is we are checking, we'll make a count, like select everything from a particular table where the provided field is equal to the value. And then how can we do is, since we already are using the method count, so it returns and promise with number. So our provided field and value will be unique only if the count is less than equal to 0. So cannot find. Okay, for this we can simply define this as a const. So this is the basic validation that we can implement. So the next thing that we need to do is we also need to export another function from here, so which will be export function, and let's name this as IsUnique, and then it will take entity of type any. We will have a field of type string, and we need to provide some validator options, which is an optional parameter, and then it will be of the type validator options. We can simply import it from the ClassValidator, and then we will return a function from here. Return function, it will take object as the object, and then the property name will be string. So over here we simply need to register the decorator so that it can be used from the other places. So the target will be object.constructor, and then property name, it will be property name that we got, and we have some options which will be the validation options. That we get as an argument, and then finally we have two things like constraints, which will be entity and the field, since we'll be getting two parameters from there. And finally we need to define the validator, and the validator is this validator that we just created in the above place. So it will be is unique constraint, and then let's simply save it. And over here we have an error, so we need to fix this thing. Cannot find field name validation options. So validation options. So this is all good. So yeah, we basically created a very simple and custom validator. So we created a class, and then we create a decorator associated with that, where we can pass the different thing. So like one of the thing being validator, which is we need to provide the class that we just defined. So this is all related to ClassValidator. You can check their official documentation. So the next thing that we want to do is, we already have created the validator, so now we want to go to our create AuthorDTO, and then over there let's implement this validator. So we have this validator called IsUnique, which we basically copied, or we imported it, sorry, and then we need to pass now few of the parameters. So like first of the parameter being the entity, so our entity is author, and then so the next would be the email itself. Actually it would be good if we did not pass the email as well, because yeah, it's fine for now. So simply let's copy this thing, and then let's go to create part, and then let's save it. Let's assume that everything is working fine. Let's go to Postman. So now what will we do is, we will try to create a new author, and then we will simply remove this. So I'll update this thing. So yeah, let's have that image. We should not worry if anything is wrong. So what will I try to do? I'll just hit it, and then doing this, what do I get is the email is already in use. So as you can see, because we already had created that user with that email, we get that validation error. Just to make sure that we are okay with it, I will update this to .np and then try to submit. As you can see, we basically can create a new user with the new author with the different email. So we implemented it in the creation part. So now we need to update it, and we need to make sure that it works for the update as well. So let's try to do this for the put. And then for put, we are not implementing any sort of file uploading mechanism at the moment, so it's all good for us. So what the email was? So the email was bijay@test.com.np. so what will I try to do is I will try to update some entity for 3, and then what will I try to do is I will copy the email from here, and then I will submit it over here, and then let's see if it works. So doing this, what can I see is that email is already in use. So yeah, very good, we are making a good progress. But what if I try to update the user 12, and let's say if I submit the same email, what happens in this case? So doing this, what can you see that I am getting a validation error for my entity as well. So it is something that should have been ignored. So yeah, we need to deal with this. So we need to ignore if we are updating the same entity with the same email. So how can we do that? So we can make some changes in our existing code so that we can handle this. So within create AuthorDTO, or let's say in both of these cases, we'll have a entity, we'll have a property which is id, and then we make this as optional, and we keep this of the type of number, and then let's go to update as well. So basically the contents are almost same. It would have been better if we created or we did something else. We can look that in the refactoring part like we did at the moment. So now what to do is within the AuthorScontroller, so we have this method for the update. So what will we do is we have assigned everything over here. So what we'll also try to do is dto.id, this is an optional field. So what will we do is we'll set the id to this value, which is id, and then let's save it. And then over here it seems that we are okay. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. So everything is perfectly fine. So now let's go to our IsUniqueValidator. So within that, we need to first catch the id, and if the id is provided, we are sure that it is an update request. If that is update, we simply update our query, else it is fine with the query that we have. So let's have a new variable which is update, which is of the type boolean. So what can we do is we simply check if the arguments dot object, if it has id or not. If it is not undefined, in that case we assume we know that there is an id. So we will set the count to 0, and then we'll make some changes over here. So if it is not an update, what will we do is we'll simply call the same code. But if it is not an update, the query will be something like this, where we will be ignoring the provided id. So that is very simple. So the next thing that we want to make sure is that within ErrorHandler.ts we'll have a method called format errors. so that we can return the formatted response when the validation error occurs, where we'll be looping through all of the errors and we'll be appending the error message based upon the property. So how can we call this? So within this handle errors method, we'll check if the length of the errors is greater than 0 and if the elements are the instance of the validation error. In that case, we can simply send the response back to the users. So we need to make sure that from our authors controller, we are calling the method await validator reject instead of simple validate, to make sure that the validation error is caught by the error handler. So to make sure that everything is up and running, so let's try to update this request. So as you can see, we get the response as success false, message is invalid input, and the status code is 422, and the error is that email is already in use. So we pretty much handle the validation as well. So the next thing that we want to do is now move towards implementation of the books, because we completed the authors. Now let's move on to books. Basically, we completed the basic CRUD operation, and till this point you might have got idea about how we can create a fully functioning REST API with Node.js, but we want to implement books as well because we want to make this course amazing one. So let's go to this src directory. So you can see we have lots of refactoring that we have done in the past, like we moved everything to HTTP. So those things which belongs to HTTP layer, they are over here. So now let's quickly go to the entities part. Over there, let's create a new file which will be called book.ts, and then within book.ts, what will I do is I will basically copy everything from here. I will basically paste it over here. I will save it, and then what do I want to do is it will be named as books. Just to make sure, within div table we need to have a enum which has books, and the name of the table would be books. And what are the fields that we want to have for the books? We will have the entities, we'll have the columns related to author as well. So we need to export this as book. So the first thing that we will have is ID, which is the primary generated number. So the next thing is we need to have name, or let's give this name of the title of the book, or the name of the book, it does not matter. And the next thing what can we have is we can also have the fields like description, which will also be of the type of the string, and then it is a column. And the fact is that we cannot have this as nullable, so simply set this to false. And then we will also have few other things, like we want to relate the book to a author, because the book will be created by an author. So let's simply keep those things over here. We'll get rid of these things, we'll simply save it. And as you can see, so we need to have author which will be of the type of author. So let's quickly import it, and then let's also import this many to one. So the relation will be something like this. So the books, many books belongs to author. So one author can write many books. So in that case, the relationship is something like this. And then over here we can pass a closure like this. It is the type of the author, and this is the reverse function that we need to make some changes within the author as well. So we'll do this in a while. So the next thing is that we need to have author ID. So author ID is the foreign key. So yeah, it is the foreign key. And the next thing is that we also need to provide some sort of price, because we want to show the price for this. And finally we will assign this to some sort of category. So we'll leave this as a string for now. And finally, what can we have is we'll have another column which will be nullable true. We can set it to nullable, and it will be image for this as well. So we'll simply save this as string. And as you can see, we need to make some changes within our author.ts as well. So we need to define the reverse relationship between the author and the books. So how the relation will be? The relation is that one to many, one author can have many books. So let's simply import it from the type ORM. Let's simply import it from the entity. So the syntax is something like this. It will have one to many relationship. So yeah, we are pretty much done with this as well. So now within book.ts we have our entity which is up almost ready. So the next thing that we want to have is create a migration. So as you know, I will once again take you to this part where we can create a migration. So how can we create the migration? So we can simply run yarn migration and create, and then instead of create authors table we'll have create books table. So as you can see, we have our new migration being created inside this src database and migrations directory, and the name of this migration is create books table with the unique timestamp which has been provided over there. So since we already have implemented a migration over there for the authors table, we can save our time. So we'll basically save the time by simply copying the code. So let's save our time. So I will simply copy the code and I will make some amendments accordingly. So yeah, so let's import table. We import this from the type ORM. So the fields that we want to have is first field will be ID, and then it will be primary one, it will be generated one, and the generation strategy will be increment. The next thing that we'll have is title. It is not nullable, and the next thing is we can have the description is nullable. We can let it to be so we are not letting it to be nullable as well. So we need to have author ID, which is type of int, and nullable simply for the price and then for the category. So also the next thing that we need to define is that we need to set the foreign key for this table. So the column name author ID, it belongs to the authors table, and the column that belongs that we reference on authors table is ID and on delete cascade. If the authors is deleted, we also need to delete the data related to books. So as you see over here, we need to make some changes like how we have done on our create authors table. So we need to make sure that we use div table and we can provide the books like this, and same thing goes over here as well. So instead of providing the books as a string like this, we can simply call the div table dot books. So instead of providing authors like this, it is best to make use of the div table and then it will be authors. So let's say if we had to make some changes on the name of the table, we can simply change over here, and rest of our code we should not be worrying about fixing the code. So the last thing that we want to do is we will write a down method for this. So what do we want to do? Since we just created a books table, what will we do is when it is when it will be when we reverse the migration, we will simply drop the table. So how can we do that? So div table dot books, we need to drop this table. So I want to add a few other columns as well over there, which is related to the created and updated field. So let's do that as well. So over here, since we have these fields, so we will have some other fields as well for the created at and the updated at. So what will the name of the field be? So we'll name this to created at, and then we'll also have another field which will be updated at. So let's see if we have this in our create authors table. So yeah, we already have this, so it is best to simply save the time. So simply let's code this and let's paste it over here. So instead, what could we also try is we could create some sort of base migrator which has the fields like created at, updated at, and we could simply extend it. Yeah, you could try that as well. So the next thing, since we already have these things on our tables, so let's also make sure that we have these things as the part of the column within our entities as well. So let's go to the author.ts. So over here, what will I do is I will simply have these fields, the created as at each of the type date, and we will import it from the TypeORM, and the updated add field will be imported from the TypeORM as well. So these are some sort of custom decorators, and TypeORM will take care of rest of the things when we work on this. So simply let's copy this and let's go to the book.ts as well, and then let's simply paste it over there, and let's quickly import all the missing imports. So now let's see that everything is up and running by doing yarn dev, and then let's so yeah, in the entity metadata author.books was not found. This is because within our data source the ts we have not imported book. So what can we do is let's simply go over here, and then what do we want to import is we want to import book as well, and it will be coming from the book. And then so the autosave, it simply removes the unused imports. So let's do it something like this, and let's import it from there, and let's hope that everything is up and running. So let's see, yeah, everything is up and running. So now what do we want to do is let's try to get all of the authors. So instead of post, let's get all of the authors and let's submit it. So what can you see is that we also got the created at and the updated at field, since we added the two new columns within our entity. So now the query will also have the updated field. So like it selects everything, something like this, and it is accepting the created at and updated at as well. So the next thing, yeah, we basically created a migration, we created an entity. So now let's also create another migration so that we can seed a few of the data. We will seed some dummy data into this. So for this, what will I do is I will once again yarn migration create. What will I do is I will make this add seed initial data, and then I will simply save this. So this is optional because I do not want to manually go to this MySQL client and perform some script. I rather want to have some sort of dummy data. So for this, let's add some dummy data into it. Just give me a second. So we'll also save our time by copying the code. So let's simply replace these things with this dummy data. So since for that, what do we need to do is so first, what are we doing? So we'll insert into authors. So it will have ID, name, email. Also, what do we have? We have some sort of bio as well, and then we have image, but let's ignore it for the okay. Let's insert some sort of image as well. We'll keep very dummy data for that, and we need to make some changes after we do some refactoring. So the name will be ID John, and this will be bio1, this will be bio2, and then for the image, let's do something like http localhost. Let's just keep it like this, and then also let's keep it something like localhost. That's perfectly fine. And then we need to insert some data into the books. So we have the fields like let's open our book entity. So what can we see? We have ID, title, description, author, author ID. So author is not an column, it's just a relationship. So these are the different fields that we want to see. So we'll insert the data like let's keep it to will not keep the decimal value. Okay, let's hope that it works. And then in the down we will delete the data from the books, and we'll delete the data from the authors as well. So we are doing this in this order because we want to make sure that the related data are handled accordingly. So since we have some data in our database, so what can we do is delete from authors. So let's simply delete everything from the authors, and 6 data were changed. So again, what can we do is let's go to our package.json. So we have this command yarn which is migration colon so over here. So yeah, we have 2 of the migrations remaining to be migrated. So how can we migrate it? So we can simply run yarn migration run. So doing this, it will create a new table called books, and it will also seed the initial data. So what can we do is so tables, and then let's run this selection. So we have the tables called books and the authors as well. So let's see what do we have any sort of data in the books table. Select everything from books. So let's try to run this. So you can see we have 2 data, and if we select everything from the authors, so even in this case we have 2 dummy data that we inserted. So yeah, we are good with this scenario. So then let's quickly save the time. Let's quickly create some sort of controllers, and let's simply insert the let's simply implement the REST API for this as well, because we already have done this for the authors. So the name will be BooksController.ts. Just to save time, let's copy everything from here, and then let's go to the books controller, let's save it, and we'll make the changes accordingly. So we cannot name this as authors controller, we need to make this a books controller. So let's not be more verbose. So having simple get is okay, because it seems if we provide get books, it seems like we are repeating the things again and again. So instead of author, it needs to be book, and then we can have all data like this. So records, it will be books, and then instead of authors we will be calling the books. So let's make some other change as well. So we'll just okay, let's skip this to get book. Get book is okay, and instead of author this will be book, and then faced authors, let's make this to books, let's make this to book as well, and let's make this to book. And for now let's only try these 2 endpoints. The next thing that we need to do is we need to add a route. So our framework is pretty easy at this point. So now the next route will be books.ts. To save the time, what will we do is we'll simply copy everything from the authors. Sorry, okay, let's routes. Okay, I got some, yeah, so I mistakenly pasted something else. So we'll copy everything from the authors.ts, let's paste it over here, and now we'll make some changes. Instead of authors controller, we need to implement the books controller. So yeah, it automatically I think it's better to do like this. And then instead of authors controller, we need to name this as books controller, and then let's simply select all of these instances, and let's make this to Books controller, and then we do have the method called get, and next we have is get book, and then let's ignore all of rest of these other endpoints, because we need to make the changes on them, because this is not as simple as these two are. So now let's go to our route. You can see we created a new route for the book.ts. So the next thing that we need to do is within our app.ts, we need to use this middleware as well. So for the /books, what can we do is we need to import the books route. So let's simply save this. So where the books route will come from is it will come from the routes directory itself and the books, and let's simply save it. So it works even if we do not have this thing. So this is something which is unnecessary. So let's simply save this, and let's make sure that it works as intended, because we have not booted up this server, so we are getting the error. So we are getting error on this routes author.ts. This is because I would be sorry if I made some changes on authors.ts while working on this. So import AuthorScontroller. I'll quickly make this fix. Okay, it cannot open this file. So what will we do is we'll traverse this whole path once again, and and then let's go to http, and then we'll have the controllers and then the AuthorScontroller. So is everything working? So within the books controller.ts there is a mistake. Let's quickly fix this thing as well on the line number 23. Line number 23, 21, 22, 23. There is nothing like book, but we are returning the book. So let's hope that everything is fine. Still there is problem on line number 23. It is creating a mistake. Yeah, let's save it. Line number 23. Why is this okay, it needs to be book. That's all fine, I guess. Database connection is success. Let's submit this. So the itemer page we are looking for, it does not exist because we do not have authors with ID of 4. With 1 we get the data. So yeah, we basically get the data. So for the 2, if we submit it, the email will be a duplicated one. So in that case, email is already in use. Yeah, so everything is working fine. So in that case, we could easily remove the error handler catch that we had over here. So we have basic route for the books. So now let's go to this endpoint. So let's say http. Instead I will simply copy this. We want to save the time, and then let's save it, and we will be calling the books method, and then let's simply send the request, and it has something wrong. So let's see. So it has unknown column image in the field list. In that case, I assume we did not update our migration to include the image. So that is a very blunder mistake. So we have category, everything and all. So let's go to the create authors table. We already have image over there. So let's simply copy it from there, and then after category, let's set it over there so it can be nullable. So we made some changes on this particular migration, and since we are on the initial phase, what can we do is yarn migration revert. We can revert the migration, and then let's see what is the status of the migration. in this case we also need to revert once again. So by doing this, what can we do is yarn migration run. So by doing this, we'll have all of the data added, and we simply run the yarn dev once again. And now let's come to this endpoint, and you can see we basically get the data. So we are applying the default sort of descending order in this scenario, because of which we are getting the first element as id2 and the second element as id1. And just to make sure that everything works fine, the pagination also works fine. So let's say the page size is equal to 1. So in that case, we get this data. And if so let's say if we passed the page is equal to 2, the data should be 1. So as you can see, it is working perfectly fine. So it does not has next, but it has previous. So the pagination is also working. So to make sure, what will I do is I will duplicate it, and instead of books, what will I do is book/1. So sending over here, so I can get the data with the book. And the good thing about this is that you can see we are also getting the data related to author. So how is this working is, if I go to my entity book.ts, and I will close this thing. So what are we doing over here is we are applying the relationship of many to one, and we have this option to see if we want to eager load this content or not. So if we simply ignore this and if we save this, what will happen is we will not get the author related data. So it solely depends upon you whether you want it or not. So eager loading can be useful in some cases, it might not be useful in other cases. Please define according to your need. So when I submit the books, it does not include the data, so that's fine. So what can we make sure is that so we have get all of the paginated books and get book to get the specific book. So the next few things that we want to do is simply create a new book. So since we already have the boiler code for this, we can pretty much look into this as well. So for this, the thing that we need to worry about is have a create new DTO. So for that, what can we say is, so let's name this to book DTO, because we are having two methods inside this, like the create author DTO. So what will I do is I will copy everything from this, and then I will go and I will paste it over there, and then I need to import all of the missing imports, and then instead of create author DTO, it needs to be create book DTO. So what are the fields that we need to have? So we need to open this in the split mode. So what will we do is, yeah, let's split this to right, and then let's go to the book DTO. So the first thing that we want to have is the title. So it will also not be empty, it needs to be string, and it needs to have minimum length of 20, and for book, let's give it can be up to 30. And the next thing that we need is the description. So bio is something related to description, so let's set this to let's assume that description is the bio, and we do not have email, so let's quickly get rid of this thing. And title is there, description is there. So we also need to have the author ID, and then it needs to be a number, and then it is not an optional, is not empty, and then it needs to be a is number, it needs to be a number, and then so that's fine. So we can create a new validation. We need to make sure that author exists in our database. So I will not cover this over here, but you can work on this. So simply create a new validator which checks whether the provided entity exists or not. So you can work on that. So the next thing that we want to have is the price. So the price is a number, and then it also is not empty, and the next thing is that it needs to be a number as well. And then so finally image will be handled by the multer middleware, and I think pretty much we have everything that we need at the moment. So now let's quickly go to the Books controller. So I will close this, and then first let me go to the books route, and instead of uploading this, we'll upload this to the books directory. We'll keep all of the things as they are, and then let's come to the books controllers.create method. So instead of author data, what we want to do is we want to make this to be book data, and then book data comes from requested body, and then a requested file name. That's perfectly fine. Instead of create author DTO, it will be create book DTO, so which it has imported over here. Create book DTO, it comes from the dtos.book DTO, and then what can we do is we'll apply the validation over here, and then we will make this to book, and then change the author to book, and then also this to book, and create a new book and also the book. So we are getting the data, doing some validation, and if everything is fine, we will create the book and return the data accordingly. So let's assume that everything is working fine, and let's quickly validate this. So I will duplicate the tab. So over here, what will I do is I will have the post request, and if you see the body, so we'll have the form data as well. And then what are the things that we want to have is title, and then it will be Harry Potter, and then the next thing that we have is the description. The description can be anything, so like this is just a test. For price, we can keep something like 10 or 100, anything. We can have all sort of the random data, and the thing that we need is we already have provided the title, we have the description, we need to provide the author ID as well. So I will try to submit the request without providing the author ID, and let's see what is the response that we get. So as you can see, if some data is invalid, we get this validation error. So for the price, what are we getting is that price must be a number conforming to be the specified constraints. So it is a text, and it does not seem that it accepts this as a number. So in that case, what can we do is let's simply apply is not empty. That's fine for the time being. And before saving, what can we make sure is that we transform it into we can simply one thing that we can do over here is, so we have done something like object.assign. We can make sure that dto.price is equal to we can do something like parse int, and then over there book data dot price. We get the price from there, and then let's go to the book DTO, and let's revert back the is number as well, and let's assume that it works fine in this scenario. Yeah, so as you can see, we got the validation error saying that we need some sort of author ID. So author ID, so what can we do is we have two authors at the moment, 1 and 2, so we can pass 1 or 2. So let's try to submit it. So it is also giving us some sort of errors saying that it needs to be a number. So for this, what can we do is within the books controller DTO dot author ID, so we will parse int it, and it will be book data dot author ID. So let's quickly submit the request, and yes, there is something wrong. So field category does not have the default value. This is the blunder from our side because we have not some sort of validations for the category, and then it needs to be some sort of string. What will we do is we'll make sure that it is not empty, and then we'll make sure it is a string. So let's quickly save this and let's submit the request. It says that we need to provide a category, and then what will we do is we'll make this as magic as the category, and let's send it. And as you can see, we created a new book, and then it has all of the data related to it. So what can I do to make sure that it uploaded the files correctly is go over there and see within the uploads directory we now have a new directory called books, and now it has some sort of data. So there are lots of data because we tried to create the book multiple times, and in every time what happened is that even though the validations and everything failed, it created a new book. So this is a little problematic thing for us, because if there is some validation error, we are uploading the file, it might not be a good option for us when the application grows. In real scenario, we need to upload things to something like S3 or some cloud providers, but we need to make sure that within our books controller, if there is some validation error or something, in this case we need to make sure that we particularly go to this directory and delete the file that was just uploaded, because we already have the information about this. So we will handle this somewhere in the lesson, or maybe in the future other videos. So but it's perfectly fine till this point. So yeah, we created a new book, so we are almost done with this. And now what will I do is I will try to make sure that the delete endpoint that also works perfectly fine. So I will replace everything with book and make this to be book, and then give this to book, and make sure that we successfully change this to book. And okay, let's make this book. Okay, over there now we will now go to our endpoint within our postman, and we will basically make sure that we can delete this new book that we created. So I will duplicate this. So the books/3, so something that we got. So we'll make sure that we can see the details. So it has some errors. The application crashed because on line number 63 there is a problem, because for the update we have not touched this part. So instead of author data, make sure that we name this to book data as well. So instead of author, we are not looking into this, but make sure that we do not have create book DTO at the point. So now let's go to the book DTO. Then let's simply import it everything. So as I told previously, it's not a good practice to have everything repeated like this, but for now it's okay. So update book data is the DTO that we wanted. So it will be update book DTO, it will be imported, and then we'll assign everything and rename this to book, and then instead of author it will be book. And then let's assume that everything works fine. We are not checking the update endpoint at this point, so we just want to make sure the delete works. So if I submit the request to get the third book, we easily got it. So now let's say if I wanted to delete it, I can pass the delete request and do the delete. So by doing this, I can successfully delete the data, and once again if I submit the request, it should say the item or page you are looking for does not exist. So as you can see, it is being very, very simple. Once we already created a basic framework and we implemented the basic CRUD operations, we can easily save our time by copying the core concepts. So in the scenarios where we are only dealing with the basic CRUD operations, it becomes really easier. But when the application requires some sort of different logics, in that case it might be little more complex. So finally, now let's make sure that we can update the book as well. So we have everything like this. Okay. So for the book, do we have any unique? I don't know if we require anything as a unique value on the book side, but yeah, title, it can be is unique. So let's make sure that we have a unique, and the entity will be book, and the field will be title. And then let's try to create a new book with the reporter once again and submit the request. The title is already in use, that's perfectly fine. So I want to update the data related to books. I think the ID will be 4, and let's try to submit the data. So there are no data in this, so that's why it is giving us some sort of error. So let's send this data as JSON, assuming that we do not have any sort of functionality for uploading the image at this point. So what the data could be, it will have a title ABC, and the what can I basically do is I can simply copy the data from here. I want to save my time. I will simply copy it over here. I will simply paste it over here, and then we do not need ID. So title is the Alchemist. Okay, author ID. So yeah, we can pass everything that we want, and then let's send it. So in doing so, we are unable to send the data like this, because the in headers the content type should be application slash JSON. So it basically updated the book, and then the title. Okay, so it updated the book. Now we have the 2 books with the same title. Let me give a proof to you. So if you see, the title of the book with ID 4 is also the Alchemist, and the ID with 1 also has the Alchemist. This is because within our unique validator, it seems it is not recognizing this as an is update scenario. So let's console and log if this is update or not, and let's go to the update endpoint and then hit submit, and let's come back here. So it does not seem that it is reaching over here. So let's try to debug the thing. So here I am. This is the very basic and simple way to debug it. It's not a good idea, but we can simply try. Okay, let's see what the mistake was. Let's submit it. So we are able to so it is not calling the validate method over here, while it would validate this. So just to make sure, within the book DTO, okay, the fact is that we applied the IsUnique middle only in case of the create book DTO. In case of the update as well, we need to have this as an unique. So as you can see, we basically fixed this thing. So this is the new updated book, and the description is, so we are just updating it, and the author ID will be 2, and then the price will be 2040, and let's try to send it. So we can basically update the data, and just to make sure that it has some mistake. So we have not checked any sort of validation for the author ID. If I pass 20, we need to we got the data like author ID is set to 20, but unfortunately it is not reflected as it should have been. So this is one of the mistake from our end, that we do not have something like exist validator. So we can simply create a new validator. So I will not cover this at the point, but let's see if we can cover this in a while. So basically if you see within the books controller, we covered creating a new book, getting a specific book, and then getting all of the books with pagination data, and then updating and the deleting of the book as well. So there are few things remaining, like the unique validation. Unique validation is already done, so to check if it exists or not. And the next thing that we need to do is make some refactoring. So we will cover this in a while. So I want to move to another section where I want to show how we can implement some sort of authentication to our application, so that we can create JWT based authentication and then apply middlewares to our some endpoints. There is a minor issue with the migration. So what did I do is I reverted back the migration to the initial state, and then what did I do is I simply copied the content from this part to define it as a variable, and then I'm trying to set this to run. Actually it does not make any difference, but what can I do is we are just reverting the migration, and we'll do the migration run once again. So what should this do is it should insert the data in the database, create all of the migrations and all. So now let's go and see what is the description of the books that we get in our MySQL client. So for the author ID, you can see it is of the type int. So previously there was a mistake that when I passed an ID of the author who does not exist, it was showing it as a success, but actually it should fail. So over here I'll try to create a new user with the author ID will be 10. I will pass all of the data that is over there. So let's send it, and I have not booted up the server. I need to boot up the server in the first place. So yarn dev, everything is running, so it's on localhost 30,001, and then let's send the request. So what do you see? We get something like something went wrong. This is because we cannot create a book with the foreign ID of 10 who does not exist. So if I pass 1, it should work perfectly. So actually it was a very minor issue that we fixed automatically. And for the pagination info, it is returning 200, so we need to make sure that we fix this as well. So let's go to the books controller, and then we are getting all of the for the create book, I guess. Send response. What should we pass? We pass the response, we pass the message, we pass the data, and then for the pagination info we do not have anything, so let's pass it as null. And I assume the default response code is 200, so we should not be worrying about sending this value. Okay, let's simply save this, and let's try to update this again. Harry Potter 1, this is just a test 1, and everything else is fine. So let's send it. So at this time we get the data as intended. So we quickly implemented this. So now let's move on to the another section. In this section, what do I want to do is I want to implement a basic user authentication in this part, so that users can log in, and also the users can use the access token so that they can authorize themselves to get some certain endpoints which will be protected, like Books CRUD. So we will be showing that as a demo as a part of this series. And so without any delay, let's get started. So we'll be using some packages for this. We will install them as well. So first of all, I will close all of these things, and I will be moving on to this part too quickly because we already have covered the core concepts of REST API and all the migrations and all. So we will be quickly moving into this. So the first thing that we need to do is go to the DB table and add a new constant which will be for the users, and we save this as users. And then next thing that I want to do is I will create a new entity. It will be called user.ts. It will be a pretty small file. It will not have that much data because this is just a okay. So what do I want to do is I created a new class which is user, and then over here what am I doing is I have a ID which is of the type string. If you remember, the book and the author, it is of type int, but this is of the type string because we want to make use of UUID. So if you want to make use of UUID, so you need to provide the type as UUID. Over here we have the name which is of the type string, we have password which is type of the string, and also we have email which is of the type string and it is unique. So apart from that, you can see the role, we are setting this to a number. So what will we do is we'll have a constant for the roles as well, and then we'll insert into the database. And the thing that we are doing over here is, before inserting, what will we do is we'll hash the password, because we cannot save the password as a plain text because it is a security vulnerability. So we'll simply hash the password. So how can we hash the password is, we set this password is equal to, we'll call the function of it hash, and then we pass some sort of salt. So we are setting this as 12. You can keep it anything, but minimum should be 10. So as you can see, there are few things that we have not installed, so let's install them. So the things that we want to install are yarn add bcrypt bcrypt.js. Also we want to add JSON web token, and then we should be okay in my opinion. So bcrypt.js, bcrypt.js, so it is not found. So let's try to add it again, yarn add bcrypt.js, and then yeah, it installed it. So we do not need any of the dev dependencies for this, so it's fine. Or we can try to add the dev dependencies as well. So types for the bcrypt, I don't know if it is existing, and also the types for the JSON web token. So those are added at the dev as the dev dependencies. And then for the users, you can see we need to fix this thing. What will I do is I will do the full traversal. I will do like this, and then we go to the constants, and from there we can get the TB table. So within the constants, what will I do is I will create a new file for the roles, role.ts. So this will also be a enum. I will basically copy this, and then I will go and paste it over here. I am saving the time just to have this. And then role will be admin, which is the admin, that the someone who can create the books, and we will have another role which is of the user. So let's save this, and now you can see we basically created a user table with all of the information that we need. So this is pretty much that we need. Apart from that, let's add some couple of columns for this. So let's go to the author.ts, and let's quickly copy this created at and updated at, and then let's simply paste it over here. And then what do we need to do is we need to import the missing imports. What does this do is it imports the created date column and updated date column from the TypeORM. So one of the things that we have seen is that as the app is growing and we have multiple entities, we are repeating these things. So what could we do is we could create a base entity, and we could simply extend that so that we should not repeat ourselves. But that is part of something refactoring, so we might cover this in the future series. So let's ignore the things for now. So now let's quickly go and let's create a migration for this as well. So how can we create the migration? Once again, I will open the package.json, and over there you can see we have the option for migration create. So I will do yarn migration create, and then what will I do is I will do create users table, and then I want to save my time over here as well. So what will I do is I will simply save my time. So let's open the create users table, and then simply we will have the two methods over here. We have the two methods which is up and down. So in case of up, let's see what do we have. So first thing, let's quickly import all of the missing imports. So the thing is that we are creating a new table, which is the name of dbTable.users, which comes from our constant, and the columns that we have will be id, which is of the type varchar, because we want to keep this as uid, and it is a primary. It needs to be unique, and it's the generation strategy is uid. So the next field is name, which is of the type varchar, and name is email, type is varchar, and it needs to be unique. And let's also set the password, which is of the type varchar, and finally we'll have the field for role, which is of the type int, and the default value will be default user. As soon as the user registers, it will be the default user. So let's quickly traverse to the full path and get this. So we can fix this as well. We will see this in the future series, that we should not traverse everything. Instead, we can pass some relative path. Instead of we can fix this. So we'll look into this. So we imported this db table, and let's quickly keep it over here, and we'll import the role as well, and then okay, let's see, it is roles. Okay, let's go to the file. Enum is admin user, it needs to be roles, and then let's save it. Let's make it roles, let's save it. We are importing this from roles, and the default value is user. And let's go to the user entity. If there is something, user.ts, and the default value is okay, we do not have set anything. Everything is been triggered by the migration itself, so we are fine with that. But we could provide the default value from here as well. So the default value would be roles dot user. So default user will be normal user. So is this working? So let's see. We can boot the application, and if there is some problem, we can fix it. So in the down method, what can we basically do is we can simply call await query runner dot, what will we do is we'll drop the table, and then we can simply pass the db table dot, it will be users table. So we are all good with this. So quickly let's see yarn migration. So as you can see, we have one migration that needs to be migrated. So yarn migration run. So this will basically create a migration. So it has an SQL syntax. So we need to be looking into this, what the problem is. So let's see if there is any problem with this. I basically think the problem should be with this field. So the issue was over here, how we set the value admin to be admin as a string. Instead, it needs to be a integer. So for that case, let's quickly make changes on this, and it should be all good, because the type of this column is int. So what can I do is yarn migration run, and with this I should be able to create a table. So over here I can have the users table. Once again, let's see this, and let's describe the users to make sure that we have everything up and running. And the thing we missed once again over here is that we missed to add created at and updated at field. So I'm extremely sorry for that. So create author table, and from there let's quickly copy these two things. So I think I'm trying to go too fast, and it is creating such issues. So I will not make any hurry now. So what will I do is yarn migration. What will I do? I will revert it, and then yarn migration, and then run, and then let's come back to the users and let's describe it. Yes, we have this value. So everything is up and running. So now we have the users table, we have the users entity. So now what will we do is we will create a mechanism so that we can have authentication implemented in our application. So how can we do this? Let's start by creating a new controller for the auth, where we can register a user, and from that we'll have another functionality so that we can log in the user using username and password. These are very basic things in the modern area. In the modern age like 2023, there are many alternatives, but yeah, we are just learning, so that's perfectly fine. So for this, what will we do is we'll have the AuthController.ts. So should I save the time by copying the content or not? So I rather choose not to do anything. So what we'll do is we'll simply code ourselves, export class and the AuthController, and then over here we need to have a new method for registering the user. So let's make this as a sync and then register. What will this take? This will take request, which is of the type request. It needs to come from express, and response, which is also coming from the response, and finally it also takes next as the next function. Okay, it will return some thing, so we are not worrying about it at the point. So user registration is something similar to the books creation or authors creation. So let's see into the books controller, so that within the create method, how have we dealt with it? So the thing is that, okay, over here we first take the input, we convert it to a DTO, we apply some validations, and then after the validations and everything is done, we can save it in the database and return back. So it seems we can do the same thing for us as well. So what is the first thing that do I need? I need a new DTO where I can apply the validation. So within src http, and it is the DTO. So what will I make sure? I'll make this as auth DTO in the TS. So how can we have this? You pretty much have the idea. So it is simply a class. So within auth DTO we'll have two classes, export class. So this is the registered DTO, so name this as registered DTO. We will also have the login DTO. So what are the fields that we have? We do not need ID because it is auto generated, and the next thing is that we only need the email, we need the password, we want to confirm if the password is same, and then we can register the user. So for that, what we have is a string. That's fine. We'll have a password which is of the type string. Also we'll have password, how can I name this? Confirm password, confirm password, and it is also type string. So these are the things that we require, and it is not empty, it needs to be email. And then password, it is not empty, and let's set the minimum length to 5, and then for the maximum length minimum, I think we need to provide the length as well. Okay, so min, okay, there is nothing like min. Okay, and for the max length, let's have it to be 20, but there should be something called min length as well. So instead, let's call the min length. And for the password confirmation, we need to make sure that both of the values are same. So for now, let's ignore it. So let's go to the authenticity. Not the authenticity, it's the user entity. We have ID, which we don't need, name, password, email and the role. So so this is all there. So name is the string, and then name, it is not empty, and then the min length, let's keep it to 3, and max length, let's keep it to 20 for this as well, and let's do some sort of separation. So for the role, we do not provide it as we do not take it as an input. So over here, so I will ignore this for the time being, because we need an extra validation for this, which we need to create a new validation file. I do not want to take the any sort of complications at the point. I just want to show how we can do this. So within the AuthorController, so what can we do is register data. Let's name this as register data. So this will be coming from request.body. Then what can we do is constant DTO is equal to new register DTO, which we can import it from here, and then I hope it takes me to the file and it should not be any problem. So previously we used object data sign. This time I want to show how we can do it manually. So what can we do is DTO.email is equal to register data dot email, and DTO.name will be coming from register data dot name, and then DTO dot password will be register data dot password, and then we are all done. So the next thing that we need to do is await, validate or reject, and then what do we pass? We pass the DTO, and everything is, if everything is okay, what will we do is we'll have a repo which will be await, not await, we get it from the app data source dot get repository, and we pass the user, and just make sure that within the data source.ts you need to import user as well. Okay, so everything looks fine, and what can we do to save is we can simply call this method like this, AuthController, we simply, like, instead of book it is a new user, and then it will be register data, and we save the user. So this is the first step in registering the user. The next step would be creating a token. We could also create a token and return it back to the user, but I want to save this for my login part. So I will copy this because I do not want to and then save it, and then import the response util as well successfully. Let's just say registered, and it will not be a book, it will be a user. So that is fine. We registered the user, we return back the data. So now it seems we have pretty much everything. Let's add some sort of separator, and now did I zoom it little bit more than previous part? It's fine. So I am zooming out just to make it consistent. So now next thing that we need to do is have a new routes file. So where do I have this? It is over here, and let's make this auth.ts. so it seems we'll have some sort of confusion with author and auth, but it's fine. So how can we do this is we will simply take this one single reference, because we should not be worrying about importing the things again and again. We do not need the file uploader, we just need error handler. We will not need the books controller as well. Instead we need let's revert back it. Instead of books controller, what will I do is I will do the auth controller. So auth controller is imported from there, so it will be auth controller, and then it will be auth controller, and then let's cut it, and then when we have something like register, it will be AuthController dot register. So everything should be okay. So basically we are just creating a new route over here, and then what will it is a express router. When we have request.post, it needs to be post. We will call the AuthController's register method, and let's go to our we'll go to our app.ts to quickly make few changes over here. So we'll use app.use, and let's add the prefix of auth, and then what will this be? We need to import the import auth route from ./route/auth, and then we will use this as auth route, and then we will simply be able to use it. So now we have pretty much everything ready over here. Okay, let's hope that everything is up and running. So let's do the yarn dev. The application crashed because there is some issue with auth route. So did we not export anything? So export, we need to export this as well, export default, and this will be a router. So yeah, everything is up and running. So let's do something like this. Let's duplicate it, and then we will call auth/register. We will simply make this a post request, will not pass anything, and the body, I think I need to simply do like this. And then what you can see is I got the validation error. It means our framework is pretty much working. So the things that I need to pass is name, email, password. And then for the email, we missed something within AuthDTO. The fact is that it should also be unique. There's something that we created on our own. So the entity will be user, and then simply do the user, and the field is basically an email. Actually we should not be passing it. We could have done it without passing it. And also, yeah, we could have passed table's name instead. That also could have been another option. Okay, so for this our body will be a JSON data. Just come over here and let's zoom it a little bit. So the name will be normal user, and then the email will be normal user, keep it anything, user@example.com, and let's say I do not pass this as an email. What will I see? And the next thing that I need to pass is something like password, which will be password1234. So this is a very weak way of handling the things. This is not recommended. Let's try to send it. So email must be an email, user@example.com. So let's simply save it. So as you can see, we got the data like this. We registered successfully, name is this, we are getting the password as well, which is our issue, and as you can see the ID, it is now generated as UID. So now let's move on to the login part. So within AuthController we have a method for register. So now we will create another method which will be async, and let's name this as login. It will take request, which will be of the type request. It will have the response, which is of the type response, and the next, which will be the next function. And then for this as well, it returns a promise, and then we send back the response. Okay, so over here this is a function. So first thing that we want to do is let's prepare our DTO. So as a login DTO, we'll have two things that will be passed to us. So the first one will be export class, it will be login DTO, and it will have two fields like this. So let's simply get this from here, let's paste it, and now we do not need IsUnique, we only need isNotEmpty and isEmail for password, isNotEmpty, min length, max length, that is fine. So in 2023 we could have different other mechanisms for authentication, like not only limiting ourselves with simply email and password, we could make use of some sort of OTPs or some different ways. We could try different ways, but this is fine for us. So we have this login DTO. So the first thing that we need to do is get the input, validate it, and then after we are validated, we check in the database. So first we get the email and then password, which comes from request.body, and it comes from req.body. We are simply destructuring it, and now let's set a so the first thing we need to do some validations. So how can we do the validation? First, DTO is equal to new login DTO, and then what do we need to do is we need to import it, and then now DTO.email is equal to this email and also DTO.password is equal to password. So the next thing, we have prepared our DTO. Now we can simply call await validate or reject, and we can simply pass the DTO data. And now this is the situation where we will have our validation being success, because if it is not a success scenario, it will automatically be caught by our error handler. So over here, what will we do is we'll first define a repo, which will be app data source dot get repository, which is user, and then we can simply have this like this. Now we need to get a user. So how can we get it? So first we try with our repo dot find one by, and then we simply pass the email. So it will perform select everything from users where email is equal to the provided email. So if there is no user, what should we do is, if there is no user, we need to simply say we need to return the response util dot send errors, and then it takes response as the first argument. Message is invalid credentials. We cannot say user not found. So trying to send a message like this is a security vulnerability, because there might be attackers who might be checking our system and they might try with different emails, and then if they see that certain email is not part of the system, or certain email might be part of the system where they might have email data, so it is something like we are leaking the information related to our customers. So it's not a good idea to send a message like that. So we need to simply say invalid credentials, and then finally what do we need to do? After message the status code, it will be 401 for unauthorized, and then for error we do not have anything, so keep it to null. So now this is the case where we will have the user. If there will be the user, what will we do is we'll say let password matches is equal to, what will we do is await, we'll call the function compare, which is being imported from the bcrypt.js. Now we need to compare the password, and then because we are hashing the password, so it is a one-way encryption, it is not a two-way encryption. So that's why it's a hash. So we need to pass the password that we get from the input and also the user dot password. We compare both of these things, and if the password does not match it, if the password does not match, what should we do is we simply need to send the same message once again, and then we simply paste it over here, and now we need to generate a token and then return it back to the user. So let's do it. So let's do the access token. Let's name this as access token. So we could have other ways as well. We could generate the access token which lives for the short period of time, and we can generate another token which is refresh token which lives for longer period of time, and both of them are sent to the user. And every time the user sends access token in the header, and when the access token expires, the user needs to send the refresh token once again, so that they can regenerate the access token, which will be used for the next 15 or 20 minutes or 30 minutes based upon the time to live or the time before the token expires. So for that thing, we will use the method called sign from the JSON web token, and then let's pass few of the data that we will be using to decode it when the user sends this token back to us. So we need to send something like user ID, which will be user.id, and we need the second parameter is we need to pass some sort of secret or private key. So for this, what will I do is I will simply do it manually, secret 123. Actually, it's not a good practice to do it manually, and this is something that needs to be something random and long, which needs to be protected from the external world. So we already have the env file. We could keep a new variable, and then we could then let's do something like this, access underscore key underscore secret. So what will we do? This is access key secret 123. We can have this like this, and instead of using this by hard coding it, what can we do is process.env dot what the value is, we simply can copy it. So and then if this is the case, that's the case, and if the value does not exist, we'll do something like secret 123. That is fine. So we are doing something like process.access env.access key underscore secret, or we are doing some operation like or. We could also make use of some sort of config classes, config files, and then have those value got from the config files. So this is the another option. So yeah, we passed the data that we want to do. Second is the secret key that we will be using to authorize it, and finally we need to pass, we can pass some other data like this. So we can pass the information like the expired sin, so how long we want this token to live. So we can pass something like 30m, it means it will live for the 30 minutes. After that, this token will be invalidated. So yeah, this basically generates a access token. So now what will we do is we will return response. Now we need to return the user. So as you know, we have a problem that we are fetching the password as well. So it's not a good idea to fetch the password. So now within the user TS, let's have a new method. So what can we do is to make something like toResponse, and actually it will be a partial entity, it will be a partial user, and then what can you do is let's do something like const user is equal to new user, and then what will we do is user dot id is equal to we could try this thing, we could implement the thing. Just let me think for a while. We need to get the user and then const response user, and then it will be new user, and then user dot id, it will be response user dot id is equal to user dot id. So and then next thing we need to send response user dot name is equal to user dot name. Response user dot email is equal to user dot email. It is not email, it is an email. And then finally we can return this data. And okay, we also need response user dot created at is equal to user dot created at. So this is, we are getting such errors because we are making use of TypeScript, but we are not defining the types of these things, which is a blunder. So we need to define this as user. So now we'll get auto completion. So response user dot updated at is equal to user dot updated at. So this is a very good idea to make use of the transformers like this. So we could also create a new DTO specifically for this part scenario, and we could return the data as per our need. So finally we need to return the role as well, and then response user dot role is equal to user dot role. So this will return the role as 1 or 2, but what could we do is, instead of sending back the value like 1 or 2 to the normal user, we can send the string value itself. So we can basically transform it. Yeah, we can ignore that for now. Maybe we can cover that in the future lessons when we talk about the best practices. So now after we have this auth controller, we have everything. Now what can we do? Const return user is equal to, we need to call this. So how can we call this? Is user so how is I want to make this static function. Let's see if we can call it without making it an static one. So user dot to response, and then we can pass the user. Okay, okay, user dot to response. So if we are doing this, should we did we need to pass the user? What could have we done? This dot id. Yeah, we could have done this as well. Instead of sending this as parameter like this, we do not need this. Instead we'll replace these things. User dot, okay, it is not working like that, so I will quickly replace this to this. This will also be this, this will also be this, 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 and this. So why we are making this as partial? Because we are not including the password. So if I do like this, what will you see is you will get an error when you run the code. So we are returning back the partial user, not the everyone, not the every data. So we do not need any of sort of other data. So now finally we need to return back the response along with the access token. So return response util dot send response. We need res as the first parameter, and the second parameter is message user login success. And for the data, what will we do is we will pass the return user, and then in the next part we will return the access token as well. This will be the two data, and then do we need anything else? Message, we return the data, and finally for the pagination info we do not have any data. We need to fix that. We need to send that as a meta. So now let's hope that everything is up and running, but the fact is that the application is being crashed. The reason is that cannot find module JSON web token. So where is that coming from? Select sign from JSON web token. It should have been why is this not working? It is already there. Let's try to fix this issue. If we have not installed it, yarn add JSON web token. Let's try to see we have that module installed. Okay, JSON web token, it's already there. Yarn dev, this is creating issue, and it is successful. Yeah, so now let's quickly duplicate the tab. Instead of this, it will be login. I realized we have not added the route, so let's do that. So auth.ts, this will be the route. So our route will be of the post method itself, and then it will call the method login, and then we need to call this middleware in the first place, handle errors, and it will be AuthorController.login. and now we should be up and running with everything. So auth login. So as a body, we only need email and the password. So this was the credential that we had passed. So first I want to see if we get the validation errors or not. So user @example. So so as you can see, email must be an email, and for the password we are sending some empty value. Password must be longer than or equal to 5 characters. That's perfectly fine. So now let's revert back to everything what it was before, and let's send the request. So as you can see, yeah, okay, it is returning the data like this. Success is true, message is user login success, and then data is the return user. So I do not want to name this as a return user. Instead it needs to be a user. So let's quickly go to this place. Instead of user, we'll make this as user, and then let's resubmit the request again. So the user is this, and the access token is this. So this is the access token. So now so this is a JSON web token. So let's go to the Chrome, and then let's open a Chrome, and then let's open jwt.io. So over there, what can we do is let's paste our token, and let's see what sort of data that we can get. Okay, so we have the user ID. As you can see, we had encoded the user ID over there. That's why we can read the value of user ID. And then this is the expiry time. So it will be expired in 30 minutes from now. So currently we are at 9. It was signed a minute ago, and it will be expired in 9:29. So yeah, we got this access token. Now we have this implemented. So now let's do a way so that we can protect some of the routes, so that they cannot be accessed by the unauthorized users. We will start by creating a middleware. So the middleware will be AuthMiddleware, and then it will simply be a class. We'll simply export a class called AuthMiddleware, and then it will have a static method which will be known as authenticate, and then it will take few of the parameters as it is a express middleware, so it will take it needs to take request response, which will be response which comes from express, and next as the next function. And then we also need to import the request. So yeah, so let's see. So our client will be sending us a request with headers of authorization, and the value will be something like bearer and the token. So this will be the scenario. So first of all, let's get the token header. The token header will be got by request.headers.authorization. So the value is got like this. We could also destructure it, but we are keeping it as it is. Or let's do something like this. Instead of this, let's do, and let's name this as token header. And then so if the token header is not passed, what should we do is we need to send a error saying that token not provided, and then what is the value it takes? It takes response, message, status code will be 401, and for error we will send it to null. So if there is some token provided, we will simply split the token and the bearer value, as we will be sending as the bearer space token value. So what we will do is token header dot split. We will be splitting it by space, and we need to get the first element. So here we'll have a try catch block, and then we will be decoding the JWT token. So this can be got by doing it await JWT dot verify. So this JWT will be coming from JSON web token. So we need to change the spelling to JWT, and then let's try to fix this. The issue is that it is something like this, not like that. So JWT dot verify. So we need to verify the token, and also we need to pass the secret that was used to generate the token. So it will be got from process.env dot, let's open our env. The value is access key underscore secret, or if it is not provided, what are we doing is we are doing secret 123. This is how it is being done. So as I said previously, this is not a good way to deal the things. Instead we need to create some sort of config file. So please note that in mind. So one thing that I would like to say is from our AuthController, so while signing the token, as you can see, we are setting the user ID value over there, and we also verified it with jwt.io. So let's decode the user ID. So the value is something like this. We are doing the user ID. So user ID, that's fine. User ID, will it be good to expose user ID? Will that not be some sort of security vulnerability? Because the token can be, it is normally stored in the it can be easily read by the user, but it's fine for now. So let's rename this to ID, and then we get this from the decoded. So calling this method jwt.verify will verify whether or not the provided this token is valid, and next thing is that it also decodes the token. So as you can see, there is one issue that we are getting. So it says that the property user ID does not exist. So what can we do is we can simply do ts-ignore to ignore this issue. So there will be the cases where we might have to ignore the ts errors. So this is how we do it. So let's quickly get the repo. So the repo will be coming from app data source dot get repository, and we want to get the user repository. And then, so please note that I have auto import extension, so that most of the requirements are being auto imported. So how can we get the user? So the user will be await repo dot find by find one by or fail, because we want to send some sort of errors and we will immediately catch it over here. We will not pass it through the global handler, because we should not be sending the message like that what we have over there. Instead, we want to say that the token is invalid, or there is something mistake, the message should not be shown to the user like that. Instead, we need to log it. So how can we get it? We can pass the ID. And now finally, when we get the user, what will we do is we will set the requested user is equal to user. And then you can see we also get this another issue. So even for this, we'll simply do the ts ignore. What could we do is we could create another instance of the request, which basically extends this request, and we could set the value over there by updating the interface. And in the places where we need to access the user, we could use that, but that seems to be a little complicated. So I'm keeping it as it is for the time being. So in case if there is some issue with the token, what will we do is we'll simply catch the error and we'll send the error, and we'll also do console.error, and it will be error or. So we cannot say token is provided, we need to say invalid token. And so in this case, we could throw different exceptions and we could handle the things as well, but things are pretty fine in our case. And let's assume that everything is up and running. So simply by doing this, we are not protected from any sort of vulnerability. That means anyone can access the API at this point, and we have not prevented completely. We just created a middleware. That's not the final thing. So the thing that we need to do is, firstly, let's add a route. So within this books.ts, we have this route to create a book. So what will we do is we'll do error handler dot catch errors. What will we be doing is we'll call the AuthMiddleware dot authenticate. We'll be calling this. I will copy this same code so that even for the case of the put, I have complete security, and even for the case of the delete, I have complete security. And it's better to have a middleware that lets only admin do the things, so we can easily make sure that the user is admin. So we can create a new middleware for that scenario. So with this, what will be the scenario is all of the books can be accessible publicly, and the books with provided ID will be also be available publicly. But to create, to update and delete a particular these kind of books, you need to be authenticated for now. So let's make the same changes within our author.ts as well. So over here, getting is not an issue. While updating, we will simply do this thing, and we need to import the auth middleware. We'll apply the same code over here, we'll paste the same code over here, and we'll make sure that everything is up and running. So now let's go to Postman. So let's submit it again. So as you can see, I got a token to get the access token. So now I already have all of these things, so I want to create a new endpoint to get my current data as well. Also, let's create a new book just to verify that the things are working fine. So I have this endpoint where where I'm trying to create new books. So I will update this value to something else, and within the authorization, what can we do is we can pass the bearer token. There are two different ways. Either you can use this authorization bearer token, or you can make changes on the header part, and then within header, if there is some sort of authorization, you can simply ignore it, and we are passing the authorization simply without passing any sort of data. If I submit the request, what does it say? It says token not provided. If I provide some nonsense value, it says invalid token. And if you check, you will be seeing this JSON web token error that is passed, like JSON is malformed. And in the case where our token is perfectly fine, you can see I can basically get to create the book, but we cannot. There is a small minor thing that I just noticed that we did not handle. The final thing is that since it's an express middleware, we are currently stuck in this request. We need to say that we need to execute the next request. So the application is once more up and running. So let's send the request. So you can see I just created a new book called Harry Potter 1 2 3 4 5 6 6 6 6, something like that. So yeah, with this we can basically see we can update, we can create a new book only when we are authenticated. So the next thing that we can do is while updating the books as well, so there should not be any sort of header. So there is no auth token, so I can pass the authorization simply the bearer token, and it will automatically take the token that we set in the previous tab. And then as you can see, we can successfully update the book. So you can verify the same thing for the delete as well. So with this we are easily able to make sure that we basically implement authentication, and we are preventing the route as well. So we also want to prevent we want to prevent we prevented it. So yeah, we are up and running, but there is a final thing that I would like to do, is that I want only the admin to be able to do this. So for now in our application, only the admin can perform all sort of things. So what can we do is that we get the user, and if so what will we do is we will set all of those things in later place, but AuthMiddleware. So just to prove how this works is, what will we do is, if the user dot role is not equal to roles dot admin, so in that case what can we do is throw new error, and what can we say is user is not admin. So by doing this, what will happen is, even if I submit this token, I will not be able to update or perform any sort of actions. So this is the very simple thing, but this middleware is basically auth middleware. We do not want this to be part of auth middleware. So in that case, what can we do is we create a new middleware. So the middleware will be admin middleware.ts. So as you can see over here, we set request.user is equal to user. So what will I do is I will simply create a new class called admin middleware, and then it will have a static function for check. That's fine. So it will also take request it should be coming from the express response, which also comes from the express, and next function, which also is part of the express as well. So as you know, in the previous middleware we already have set user. So what can we do is we will simply cut this code and then we will paste it over here. So for this to be user, what will we do is const user is equal to request.user, and we'll set this as user. We need to import the user entity, but the fact is that it will show us some sort of error saying that it does not has req.user because it is the instance of request. So we'll simply suppress the ts error, and then let's quickly import this. So if user role is not admin, what will we do is we will copy this content from here and we'll paste it over here, and then we will import it. And instead of sending error like this, so there seems to be, for the response we have not imported it, so response should be coming from express. We cannot say invalid token, so unauthorized, we can say unauthorized, and we can simply pass 403. So to have this middleware up and running, what do we need to do is in every places where we have implemented this AuthMiddleware.authenticate, what will I do is I will simply copy it, I will simply paste it over here. It will not be the AuthMiddleware, we need to check the admin middleware, and then what we need to do is simply call the check, and I will copy all of these things. So just make sure that since it is an express middleware, we need to keep it after the AuthMiddleware.authenticate, because in this first middleware we set the user, and in this second middleware we are checking whether or not the user is admin. So that is how it looks. Let's have the same thing in the AuthMiddleware as well, and then let's simply import it. Let's simply save all of the things over here, and let's go back to this page once again. This time I should not get this message. The message should be different. It should be unauthorized, because you are not admin, so you are forbidden to perform this action. So what will I do is I will quickly create a new migration. Actually it needs to be a seed, but we are doing it as a migration, I know that. What will I do is I will create a seed which will basically seed admin user. So for that I will once open this part, this file, and what are we doing is we will do yarn migration create, and what will I do, I will call seed admin user. It will create admin user middleware migration for me, so I can get it inside the database part in the migrations seed admin user. So within this method of, so what will I need to do is I need to simply have the following code. So we first need to import the app data source. We also need to import the user, and then basically user data will be new instance of the user, email will be admin@bookie.local, you can keep it anything, and user data.name will be admin user, and the user role will be admin. This is the thing that matters a lot, and the password will be password123. We simply save it, and then finally we can console.log saying done, and we need to have down method for this as well. So for this what will we do is we will check if the user exists by this email. If it exists, we'll simply remove it. So now let's do yarn migration. So what will this do? This will show me the list of the migrations, so I can migrate it. Let's hope that there is no error. Yarn migration run. So by doing this, I can see I inserted a data in the database. So now, so I want to generate a token for this. So for that, let's go to this part, and then over here I need to update my credentials. This was the normal user, but this will be my admin user, admin@bookie.local, and then the password is password123. So let's simply submit it, and then it should fail because we have not booted the application. And then yes, as you can see, we got the data, and now we need to use this access token. So over here, so as you can see, currently we were getting unauthorized and 403 saying that we are forbidden. But let's say if we pass this token, so what can we do is, yes, we are once again on the same place. We are on the same point that we forgot something within the admin middleware. So after doing everything, we need to call the next function, and then let's submit the request once again. So as you can see, we are successfully able to update the book. So this basically means we are able to implement custom middlewares like authentication middleware and admin middleware. So those were the two examples that I showed. So as you can see, the application is not that big at this point, but we are growing. So as soon as the app grows into bigger, we need to make sure that we organize these files and folders into their respective domain. So we need to fix about this when the application grows, but at the current scenario, the application is not that big and we are almost okay with it. So yeah, we almost completed the implementation of the REST API, creating authors, creating books, uploading the files and all. So there are a few minor things that we need to fix on. So before completing or closing this whole series, I want to work on them. So we will now fix those things. So in this section, we will be doing some refactoring. So as you see, if I try to get the authors for the image, I'm getting something like this. It is just returning the local host. And let's say if I wanted to get the books, even in that case, I get the image, but I do not get the full URL of the image so that I can access it. So the first thing is that we need to fix this, because when we are making an application, it should be completely workable. So it's not a college project, that's why we need to make sure it works. So first thing, let's quickly go to our code. So this is the code that we have at the moment. This is the src directory, which has the directory structure like this. So within http controllers, I will create a new file called images controller, and then it will be a TypeScript file. We'll export a class called images controller, and then what will we have? We need to get a method over there, async get. So let's name this as get. So async get, it will take 3 parameters as we know, the first one being the request, second one being the response, and then finally the next being the next function from the express. And then so we are planning to have the route like this. It will be abc.com, that is the base domain of our application. We'll have the endpoint called images, where we can pass the type, either it's book or authors, and then finally there will be the ID of the particular image. So this is how we will be having it. So for that case, let's get the type and ID from the request.params, and then let's have the image types that we will be accepting. That will be, for now we'll have only the authors and the books related data. So if the provided image types, it does not include the input value, In that case, we need to do response util dot send error, and then we need to pass the res saying invalid image type, and then status number, it can be let's keep it 500, and then we will not have any sort of errors over there. And then now what we need to do is we need to check whether or not the image exists within our directory. So if I show the full directory structure, outside of src we have the directories called uploads, which needs to be ignored by the git. So over here, based upon the authors or books, we have different files stored. So this is how it is. So how we should proceed is, now we will check whether or not the directory exists and the id exists over there. So let's do something like this. Let file path is equal to, we'll import path from path director package, and then we will simply do something like join. So we'll do dir name, and then we just go one step up, and then we check the uploads, and we need to also pass the type and the id. So just to be sure, we will check, we'll console log this, and then we'll remove it again. So what will we do is, if the file system so it needs to import fs from fs. So if fs file system dot if the provided file does not exist, what will we do is, we will once again return the error saying invalid image, or image not invalid image, that should be okay. And then we can pass 404, which is not found. And then let's read the file, and if the file exists, what will we do is, we will simply return the content as image/jpg and render the image. So yeah, so we'll read the file by providing the file path, and if there is some sort of error, what will we do is, instead of doing something like this, let's copy the full response like this. We can also say invalid image or image read error, and then we can simply pass 500, that's fine, or 404 is also okay. And then we finally set the response content type to image/jpeg, and we send the response as a image. So this is how it how it should work. So next, let's do something. Let's go to our app.ts. Over there, what will we do is, we had something like this, we are simply removing it, and then over here we will do something like app get slash, it will be images slash type and slash id. So it should be coming from const image controller is equal to new images controller. And how will we do is, it will call image controller dot get. So in between, if there will be some issue, so let's assume that everything will be fine for the time being. So now let's go to first route within Books controller ts, and we have a method called get. So over there we will set book dot image is equal to, let's do it manually for the time being. So what will we do is http and then localhost, my application runs on 30,001 slash images slash, I need to provide two things over here. So the first thing being is books, and the id will be simply book dot image, and then let's save it. Let's save it over here as well, and let's assume everything is up and running. So it seems it's up and running. So now let's go to the Postman. So I have a book with the ID of 7, so let's try to get it. So my Postman is not managed properly. We will do it in a while as well, because we want to generate the docs as well. So let's see. So while doing so, we get a URL like this. So let's try to follow the link, and then what can we do is we can see we get invalid image. So let's try to figure out where the issue we are getting. So users, this is the full path HTTP uploads. Let's check whether or not that this file exists. So it is inside books and BC 902 A75. Yeah, it seems this is sorry, this is the path of the image. So let's go to the images controller and let's see where we are getting the error. The error that we are getting is invalid image. So let's see if it exists or not. So let's do the console.log. We might be having very minor issue. So here let's submit it, and then I think we are over here. We should be over here because the response error is thrown from this particular place. So kindly let's debug it. It's not a major issue. So localhost images books, and this is the full path. Let's reload it, and yeah, it says that the file does not exist. So okay, this was the problem, because it is trying to check in HTTP uploads. So what should we do is, we are currently in the controllers directory. We went one step ahead. It goes to HTTP. We need to once again go another step ahead from this place, dot slash and dot slash, and let's reload it again, and then it is inside the src directory. Let's go one step ahead once again, and let's try to reload it. Boom, we got the image. So this is how we can easily implement the basic image fetching functionality. So having a route like this is a good way. So we could have tried another way as well, but I think it's a good start for us. So now later on, if we want to move on to something like S3 bucket, so instead of providing the full URL that goes directly to S3 bucket and exposing the images, it's better that we control the things on our application, and we have some sort of proxy within our application. So only the users can get the images only through our application. So they should not be able to access S3 or something like that directly. This is how we can easily handle the issue. So this was the first thing that we fixed. And then so there is an issue like over here. So what are we doing is, we are simply hard coding this whole path like this. Instead, what if we had some sort of service or util class that takes care of these things by simply reading into the base URL, and then if we take the books and book image as some sort of parameter from that method, so that it can easily be used by authors or books. So let's try to have that functionality in the first place. So now let's go over here. So we do have the directory called utils, and let's make a new file called the image util. Image util should be fine, or image service, anything is fine. So let's name this as like this, and we need to export class, and it will be image util. So I will make this a static function as well, because async, and the method will be get let's make this like prepare URL. And what will you take is we will take the type, which will be of the type of the string, and also the image ID, which will be of the type string, and then it will return an string. Okay, so then simply let's copy this data that we have over here, and let's simply paste it over here. So we will simply return it, and then what can we do is we can replace this by the type. I don't know, okay, it's okay, and then it will be image ID, and the return of global promise, it needs to be I don't think that it needs to be some sort of async function, so string is perfectly fine. So we are hard coding it. Let's go to our env. So as you know, we already have the app port, but let's say we want to deploy it on some sort of AWS or GCP. So in that case, we need something like app_url as well. So let's keep it very simple, http and then localhost, and then we can also pass, for now we can also pass the port as well. So how can we get this is we can simply get this from process.env dot, once again it is app_url. So by doing this, we are able to prepare a util class which will prepare the URL. So instead of calling the whole string like this, what will we do is we'll simply import the image util, and then we'll prepare the URL where we need to pass the type will be books, and the second parameter will be image, sorry, it needs to be book.image. So now let's save it, let's assume everything is up and running. So now let's go to this part once again, and then let's simply click on this, let's try to submit it, and as you can see I can get my data easily. So that is the first refactoring. We will make some changes onto our /books request as well. So currently we have not applied any sort of transformation on this API. So I have made a few of the changes behind the scenes. So this is the builder, so where we are creating a new query builder, and we are having this named as book, and we need to get author's information as well, because when I get /books I want to return the information of the author. So how can we do that is I do simply left join and select book.author, and then I have named this as author, and we can simply order by book.id DSC. So the next thing that we can do is we simply got the books from this paginator helper, and then we are mapping through all of the books, and what do we want to do is we want to apply the transformer to this. So since we'll be calling book.toPayload, so within this book.ts entity, so what can we have is we can simply have a functionality like this where we are returning the ID, the title. For the image we will simply do image util.prepare URL, and we pass the books along with the image. For the author we are simply setting this to this.author, and this.price is for the price, and the thing that we are missing at the moment is description. So let's add that as well. So the fact is that within the main /books URL we might not want to return all of the data, because we should not be doing overfetching. So there will be the case where we need to get the details of the books by the books/id URL or in such endpoint. So this is the simple use case of such scenarios. So let's also return the created at. So this will be this dot created at and updated at. So this will be this dot updated at. So this is not the 100% perfect way to handle this. So as I said previously, so we could have some sort of another kind of DTO that will be basically responsible for returning the entities in the specific format. So we could use in that case. So I think we pretty much covered everything, with the last thing remaining the category. So let's add the category as well. So this will be this dot category, and then let's simply see that everything is working. So now within this localhost 30,001/books, if I submit the request, you can see I get the ID, title, image. So the image, it has the full URL that we prepared. We have the description, we have the full information of the author, and also we have the price, category, and the created and updated field. So one thing that I wanted to do is, if you remember, when I seeded the initial data, so I inserted the data like this. Instead of keeping this value to $10.99, I kept $1,099. So there was a plan on my head that I did at that time. So the fact is that for when I insert some data while creating any book that has a price, I simply store the value in cent, and then when I have to return it back to the user, what can I do is I can simply divide it by 100 and then return it back. So this is how this is the reason how or why we need the transformation like this. So this is the benefit of the transformer. So now if you go to the price, you see it is just 1. There might be the other cases. It is showing 1 for all of the, okay, so you can see we got the data like this. So we might have stored 2004 or something like that. So yeah, and this is how it works. So let's quickly move to the next section. So let's go to the books controller. You can see we get the full data. We simply applied some sort of transformer over here, and for the get book we already have this. So for now, what will I do is I will return the book like book.toPayload. So by doing this, it will automatically it should automatically fix the issue for us. So it will be returning the partial of the book, and then we should not be worrying about preparing the URL like this. So if I go to book/1, I should still get the whole information like what I have at the moment. And even while creating, so we return some sort of book. So what can I do is I can simply convert it to pay. So it does not consider this as a book. So what does this return? So it should return a book, but for this case we are okay. And for all of the other cases, we could simply call this .toPayload method to return back the data. I think you pretty much got the idea of this thing, and you can simply update the code on your own. So let's go to the author entity as well. So for the author entity, so for this as well, we will have a method called toPayload, and then this will return some sort of partial author. And what can we do is we can return the ID like this dot ID, and then what are the things that we have the image. So for this, how can we do is we can simply call the image util and then prepare URL. So the type will be authors and the image ID will be this dot image. And then also for the author we have the name, it will be this dot name, and we also have the email, this will be this dot email, and we pretty much need the bio. That should be the last thing that we need, apart from the created at and updated at. So this created and updated add can be used within our web application or any sort of mobile devices. Maybe in the web application we can have some sort of data table where we can do the sorting and filtering. So in that case we need this. So this will be this dot created add, and now this will be updated add. So this can be this dot updated add. So one of the another use case of the transformers like this, what could we do is while returning the data, instead of returning the full value that is stored in the database, we could simply convert it to the timestamp and return it back. So that is also one of the possibility. So within the AuthorController, so we have got all of the data like this, and then for the let's do the same thing. So let's say const authors data is equal to, will simply map through all of the author, which is the type of the author, and then what do we do is author dot to payload, we call this method, and while returning the data we simply return as the author's data. So even while getting the author, we can simply call the to payload method over there, and then over here what do we see is we need to fix this. This should be partial author. Actually we are returning the full entity over here. It's not that it's like partial author. So yeah, we could change this to be full author in itself as well, because as I said, the use case of the transformer is that sometimes we do not want to return everything. We want to have it as a specific shape and size. So this is some sort of basic use case of the scenario like this. So I would generally go with creating separate DTO for this, but for now we are completely okay with this. So I assume this should return me to payload, so I cannot do this. So since it seems it returns the array of the book, but when I okay, I am not worrying about this. So I'm in the books controller. I need to go back to the authors controller, and then so create, I am not worrying about it. For the update, what will I do is author dot to payload, I will call this method, and for the delete we should not worry about anything. So simply let's go to the authors endpoint. Let's try to get the authors now / authors, and let's submit it. So you can see that we prepared the image URL, and then we are getting the data as well. So let's get author /2, it should be okay as well. So yeah, we pretty much got the data. So one thing that we can do is over here while getting the books. So if you see over here for the author, for the image we are getting the URL like this. So this should not be the case. So how can we do is we can simply go to the book.ts, and for the author what will we do is this dot author dot to payloads. Let's simply call this thing, and then what does it do is it says it is not compatible. So as I said, in this scenario we need to have a separate DTO. So instead of partial author, I will make this to a full author. Doing this will break some of the code. So how should we deal with this is we need to let's deal with this. Let's not run away from this. Const author is equal to new author, and then over here, okay, we could do another thing as well, as author. Let's see if we can do this thing. So we'll return this whole object as author. So now over book.ts, if I call this, I should get the whole data, and I need to fix the instances over here. Instead of partial author, we changed it back to author. So let's have it to be full author, and I don't think we have any other places where we need to fix it. So actually what I noticed is that we have not passed the type in all of the instances. So while working with TypeScript, yeah, it's better to mention those as well. So I already have provided one example, so you can pretty much follow that. So now let's see that everything is up and running. So let's try to get the book/1. So in that case, so yeah, since we had stored slash localhost as the image URL, so that was something, so this is the intended thing. So while trying to get all of the books, in this case you can see I can get the whole image. Okay, for the author, all of the author, it has the same types of value. So we are getting some nonsense image like this. This is because we, while seeding the data, we have not seeded the data values properly. So this is intended one, so you can simply ignore it. So yeah, we pretty much fixed this thing. So after this, I want to make some further changes over here. So if I go to this index.ts, so and also we have app.ts. so over here what can you see is that, okay, still I want to show this in full action. So over here what are we doing is that we are providing the relative path to this controller and all. So I want to make some changes on this. So as I said previously, I want to make use of the imports like using @ and then providing the path. So let's see how we can deal with that in this another section. So this is known as path resolution or module resolution. So even with ESLint, there is a particular rule for that. So to have this issue or to have this problem fixed, let's do something like this. So let's go to our package.json, and then over there within the dev command we need to make some changes. So currently what are we doing? Nodemon, we are watching the src directory and we execute this command tsnode for the src/index.ts. so we need to provide some other arguments, optional some other arguments. So we will be using and this command. So doing this will not fix our situation completely, but we need to make some changes within our ts config. So over the ts config, what will we do is we will add a section over here. So let's do it at the end of the file. So within the ts config, within the compiler options, or we can do it over here as well. So let's simply add an option over here. So for the base URL, we will set it to dot, and then we will add some paths. So this will be something like, it is paths, and what do I want to do is I will add a first path over here. So if I pass / and for anything coming after that, it should look into the src directory. So let's simply save it. We need to rerun the application. So with this, how the situation will be is, so within the index.ts, so you can see, so we will be importing the app data source now, something like this. So we will import the app data source from, okay, let's go and do it over here. Instead of doing this, we need to do the @, and if I check the folder, it will check the src directory. So it will be @ and /database and the data source. So we can simply save it, and now let's come back, let's submit a request. There should not be any error. So we are also importing apps, so let's add @ as well for this. So to give some detailed explanation about this, what will I do is I will add another alias or some sort of path alias for let's do it for the entities or with something which is nested a lot. So src http, so we can do it for the let's do it for the src http. Let's do it for the controllers @controllers, and then how will this work is we check into src http/controllers, and then it will check any file that comes within this section. Let's try to run the yarn dev. So this is just an example. You can modify this as per your need, but in most of the cases @ or some sort of app should be more than enough. So now let's go to this authors .ts. so what do I want to say over here is, so we are passing /http/controllers. it is pretty easy over here because the routes and the controllers are pretty much they are like some sort of neighbors, they are nearby. So instead what I want to do is I will get rid of this /http, and then I will select all of them, and then I will do something like @ and then I will do controllers, and then I will save it. And in doing so it let's see if we did it correct. Controllers @*. Okay, let's save it. So for all of the cases it is okay. That is the mistake. Let's revert back it to what it was before, because I need to make only changes for this controller. I should not be worrying about anything else than this. So you can see for the controllers now I can import controllers from any place like this. Instead of providing the full path, I can simply pass @controllers. so what will this do is this will take a look into src http controllers directory. So for the middlewares as well we could use the same thing. So in this case what do I see is, instead of doing having the path alias for the controllers, what do I want to do is I will make the changes on the http part. So this will be http. I will rerun the server, and over here it should fail because there is nothing like this. Instead of this it will be http, and then http / controllers. So let's do it again. So we need to have something like http / controllers. So within the http directory, let's see if we did anything wrong. So http / http is a wrong declaration. So we save it, we rerun the code, we come back to our author, and you can see instead of this we could simply have the solution like this. So this actually makes the code little simpler. Instead of providing the relative part doing .. this is something a better alternative. So if you wanted, you could add as many as path aliases you wanted as you want. So if you want to do something for the entity, so let's go to our AuthorController. So as you can see over here, so we are importing the DTOs and the entities like this. So what do we want to do? So there is a paginator. Yeah, we could do anything. We could make changes on it by any means. So we could create a path alias for the entities as well. We could create path alias for the database as well. So it solely depends upon our need. So over here what will I do is, for the DTOs it falls under the section of http. So what can I do is, instead of this I will call http and then DTOs. It's fine. For the utils and all, they might be coming from the main directory itself, so I think it is fixed as well. So for the data source, what could we do is we could simply come through the full path by @database data source. That is also fine. Or if we wanted to have any sort of other aliases, that can also be done. So when the application grows bigger, so currently the application is not that big and the folders are not that nested and it's not a big application. So in this case it looks very simple, but there will be the cases where the application might be complicated enough according to the folder structures. So in that scenario we need to this functionality helps us a lot, and there is also a rule of associated with it with ESLint, which strictly prohibits the use of the relative path and make use of path aliases like this. So let's assume that everything is up and running. Let's submit a request. Let's do some couple of requests, and let's assume that everything is okay. So let's try to get the authors as well. So yeah, so in this section we will learn how we can dockerize your application. First of all, make sure that we have Docker installed on your machine, and if you try Docker you should see output like this, which proves that you have Docker installed and is running on your machine. So let's create two files. One will be Docker file and the Docker compose.yaml file. So till this point what did we do is we were running the application on the local machine. So from now onwards we'll try to run our application on Docker, and let's see how we can achieve that, and assuming the fact that even if we did not have Node.js or any of the dependencies available locally, how we could have perform the development of the application. So within the docker compose.yaml file I will paste some of the code and I will be explaining to you. So first of all, the version will be 3.7. so we are creating a networks called Bookie. So because the application is Bookie, so we are simply creating the networks called Bookie, and if you see we have the two services. The first one being MySQL, it comes from MySQL 8, and we are setting few of the environment variables like the MySQL root password is root, Bookie is the database name, user is Bookie, and MySQL password is Bookie. So with this, what does this do is when we run the command docker compose, or when we build the Docker image, it will create new instance of the MySQL with the following credentials. So we also have the volumes over here. We are mapping the docker/MySQL to var lib MySQL. So what should we do in this case is, first of all, we need to have a directory called Docker within our environment in our code base. So let's do that. So we'll create a directory called Docker, and then so within that we also need a new directory which will be MySQL. So the contents from the Docker's var lib MySQL will be simply mapped over here, and as I said, we are binding this to the network called Bookie that we specified over here. And for the ports, since I already have MySQL running on my environment, let's say if I wanted to have multiple versions of the MySQL, so what can I do is I am simply exposing 3306. This is the containers port, and I'm exposing this to my local machine's port, which is 3308. So with this I will be able to connect to my this database using any of the MySQL client. So we are having the another service which is of the name of app. So what do we do is, for building we'll check the Docker file, which we'll be adding in a while, and for mapping the volumes we are mapping everything to the app. So the reason to do this is that let's say we do not have any sort of dependencies available within our machine. So in that case I want to perform everything via Docker. In that case we can do this thing. So but please make sure that this makes the application little slower, the compilation will be little slower. And for the environment we are passing few of the variables, like the node environment will be development, db host is MySQL, and username is Bookie, db password is Bookie, and db database is Bookie. So what do I mean to say? So why are we setting this value to MySQL is we have specified the services name to be MySQL, that's why it needs to be the same. So what does this do? This service will depend on the MySQL that we defined over here, and when we build or when we run the docker compose build command, or when we do the docker compose, we want to run the command called yarndev, which basically is required for the development procedure. And then we are exposing 3000 port to, this is the external port, and we will run the application on port 3000, and then we will be exposing it to port 3000, and it will also be binded to the same network called Bookie, and we are simply specifying the volume. So now let's quickly go to the Docker file. We need few of the changes over here as well. So first of all, we get node 19 alpine, and from there we specify the work directory, and we copy package.json and end.log, because those are the dependencies required to perform the installation of the dependencies. And then we globally add ts node so that we can run the TypeScript, and finally we copy all of the source files. So now this is the basic configuration that we can do when dockerizing the application. So in this tutorial we are not exploring further more than this. So for now, let's keep everything to this side, and let's go to the env file. We need to make some changes. So the app port will be 3000, because within this docker compose.yaml we have specified that we will be having the application running on 3000. So let's make sure it is on 3000, and make sure that db host, it should not be 127.0.0.1. instead it needs to be, what is the name of the service? The name of the service is MySQL. So let's simply keep this to MySQL, and the db port, let's since we are having MySQL running on 3306, so it's perfectly fine. So the db username, db password, and these things, this needs to completely match with this MySQL. So let's copy these things, and then let's make sure that all of these things are same as they are. So we could try another thing as well. We do have the functionality where we could simply call $env as well. We could simply take the variables from the env file, but for now we will skip it. I will show that in a while. So MySQL root password is root db database. What is the database? It is simply Bookie. So I will change this. I will change this to Bookie. I will simply duplicate it. I will comment it out. So it needs to be Bookie, and then for the username and password, I will copy it. I will simply comment it out. So username is simply a Bookie, and the password is also Bookie. So, and this needs to be localhost 3000. Let's simply remove this, all of these things, and now let's hope everything is okay. So now let's run the docker. So we can do this by docker compose op -- build. So what will this do is it will build our application. It will pull all of the images that are not in our system, like it is currently getting node 19 alpine. It will get all of the dependencies, and as you see, it runs. This is the main entry point. So just think that this is a machine. This is the main part. This is the main application. This is the something like the main place where we perform all of the codes. It changes the work directory, it copies the package.json, and it finally runs all of the things like this. So as you can see, so finally it seems all of the changes are being done over here. So let's go to the new tab, and then let's see if we can list out the images that we have doing the docker ps. So as you can see, it says the application is ported, and it is exposed to port 3000 on the local machine. So can we see that? So for that, let's go to our Postman. So over there, let's try to hit localhost 3000, and then let's try to submit the request. So as you can see, it is able to connect to the app, but there is something wrong. So now let's see what was wrong. So what does this say is that the table bookie.authors does not exist. So we want to run the migration as well, because the fact is that we have not run the migration. So how can we do that? So you can see we listed the images, so we can get the container ID and then simply copy it, and what can we do is docker exec minus it, we provide the container ID, and we can simply provide the mode as bash, and then bash does not exist. In that case we can do bin/sh. So now you can see you are inside the container. So if you list out the items, you can see all of these things that are available over here. So from this place, what can you do is yarn migration. So let's try to show the migration. So as I said, it will be little slower compared to what we have, what we can get with our local development environment. This is because we are mapping everything to that volume. So you can see these are the migrations that have not been run. So what can we do is yarn migration run, and then doing this will basically run all of the migrations, and then we can we ran all of the migration. Let's now go to this place and let's now submit the request once again. So you can see we easily got the data as we wanted. So there are two datas. So this was the first request. So what do we do is I want to show how you can create a collection in Postman as well. So we'll create a collection. So we'll name this as Bookie TS node, and then we can simply there will be auth as well, which we will have there a token, and then let's save it, and then over here let's simply close this thing, and then let's save this request one by one. So this localhost 3000 authors, what do we want to do is we want to say get/authors, and then we'll save it to this place, and then as you can see we have this thing over here. So now this we can simply duplicate this. I want to duplicate this. This will be as it is. Okay, so we can save the first request. For the next request we have author/2. Let's try to get the author, because it is calling to another port. So we can simply call 3000. We can get the data as we wanted, and let's save this as well. We will say this at get/author/id. We say get author by id. We can simply save it, and then let's close it. So the next thing that we want to do is we want to create a new author as well. So I assume I have something over here, and then I don't think I have that. So let's see if we can update the authors. Let's try to update the author 2. We update the information. Let's send the data. It should fail because the port is invalid. So we can simply save it. So for this we require a token. So for that, what can we do is we can now simply work on the auth endpoint. So let's do something like post, and then let's submit the request. So user@example.com, password 1234, and then let's change the port. And as you can see, this is the invalid credential. I remember we have some sort of seed admin user, so it is admin@bookie.local. So let's provide that credential, admin@bookie.local, and then the password. What was the password? The password was password 123. We will simply save it as post/auth/login, and then we can simply save it. And now if I submit the request once again, I can get the authentication token, which I can save, And now if I go to this place where I want to basically put the author, I can simply provide a bearer token with this value and then simply send the request. So by doing this I can update the author as well. So I will save this as it will be put /author/id. It simply updates the author data. So I think you basically got the idea what am I trying to do. So over here we could also organize these things as folders as well. So for now I will rename this to auth, and I need to rename this to auth related things. So auth related things like login, it will go inside this directory. I also need another directory, add a folder which will be for the authors, and then I will put the authors over here. I will put this also over there. I will also put the authors over there. So now I will close rest of these things. I also need a directory for the books as well. So I will add a folder called books. So what will I do is within this I will simply search where I can get. I will close this thing. So this is the API to get all of the books. So I will simply plus 3000 so I can get all of the books. So what will I do is I will save it to the books section. It will be something like get all books. This is the another way that you can have this saved. Yeah, we can have this done. We can try to create a new book. So over here let's try to submit the request. It says invalid token because we have not passed a valid token. We have that token in this place. So what can I do is I will simply copy this thing and then trying to create a new book. I can simply pass the bearer token and I can simply submit it. So you can see I can create a new book. Behind the scenes I added all of the endpoints to the respective collection and the folders. As you can see, for auth we have auth login and register. For authors we have get authors, get author by id, update the author, delete the author, and also create the new author. And for the books as well we have all of these endpoints. So now, so the last thing that I want to show to you is over here we have this documentation. There are few things that we can do. So it seems that we can set some of the variables as well. So we are ignoring all of these things for now, and in the upcoming videos we can create a new video where you can see where we can do full API testing with Postman as well. So what can we do is we can simply view the documentation. So as you can see, this gives me some sort of documentation based upon the data I have over there, and I will make some. Okay, that is perfectly fine. So there is one thing that I can do is I can simply publish the documentation as well. So by doing this I can simply publish it. So we'll not set any sort of environments, URL and all, everything will be fine. So let's set everything to default, and you can see I get this URL. So by doing this I have this documentation. So this is Book ETS node, which has the endpoints like auth, where I can perform this operation. So as you can see, we are passing the data like this over here. Actually it's not a good idea. We should have set some sort of environment variables, but that is also fine. But this is the pretty much basic idea how we can simply perform some sort of documentation that can be published. So you can see the current language is called. I could also choose the language to be Node.js, and then let's do by using Axios. So how you can see is for the auths we can I have the data like this. I can view the full code. I can simply copy the code to the dashboard, and I can work it with my application. Maybe I'm working on a front-end application. So with this, what can we do is, if we simply create some sort of documentation like this and share with the team, and even though the backend team is working on some certain things for some certain period of time, and it might take some time, in that case the front end, or that may be mobile application or some front-end application, they can work on this works as some sort of the mock data. So yeah, this is the basic information that we create, that I shared with you. So now let's see what else that we can do with the Docker. So once you are inside this Docker, so you can perform any sort of things. So let's say if you did not have Node.js locally installed on your machine, so all of the things that I taught you from the beginning, you could have done everything over here. So if you wanted to add some packages, you could do that. So if you wanted to install the dependencies, you could do yarn, which does the installation of the dependencies, everything. And also whatever that we did, we could simply perform everything from inside the container. The only thing that you need to do is you need to just log into this container by doing docker exec -it, and the id of the container providing the fact you will be in the bin/assets mode. But the fact is that it is little slower compared to what we have on the local environment, and this is also because of the fact that we are simply over here you can see we are copying everything and we are mapping everything. That is the fact. So apart from that, you pretty much got idea how you can have a completely localized Docker environment for the Node.js, Express, and the type ORM with along with TypeScript. So yeah, this comes to an end. So it was really an interesting journey. So we will have some upcoming videos as well where we will be talking about the clean code, we will optimize the code, and we will also be adding some new features over here. So we will be working on this to make it more beautiful. We will be working with Kubernetes as well. So please get subscribed to my channel, and we will see you in the next video.